How about that, chat? How about that, chat? Is that fine? Okay. I know what I did. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. It's so good to have you here at 7:30 in the morning. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Shadowbringers. We're continuing on when we left off. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining today as we are in part 65. Last time, we did patch 5.2 of the story, but today we are doing something else. We're doing something else! And it may or may not have something to do with this guy. Or this game, rather. We'll see. We'll see! There's a trial series for us to do, Ruby Doomsday, but there's also a raid series for us to do that I don't yet know the name of. So I've just put it in the title of the Eden, a raid. So we'll see what happens. Welcome Dex to the stream. This is going to motivate him to play more Final Fantasy XIV. Except he has to watch this stream with his eyes closed, so he doesn't get spoiled. I mean, the good news is, Dex, we're not playing any main story content in this stream, so depends on what you're after. We have a gang here today. There is not quite 8 of us. We're almost at 8. Hopefully we can pick up 8 before the raid. That would be ideal. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Very happy about it. Okay. I think what we've got to do is speak with our resistance fighter, who is near Giribania, but I'm also going to complete our Academia and Nida questline here. We never reported to the overwrought Ondo, so I'm going to quickly pop into Yulmore just to get this out of the quest log. But get over here, get into the Materia server on the Sephiroth world. I need to go to this guy, so southeast derelicts. Just gotta get this out of the way. And Lyra's here as well, so the whole gang is here. What are you doing up here? You have returned. What of the ancients? How do we soothe their rancor? You mean the beast escaped? It was not released to torment us? A terrible creation indeed, if it can slip the bond of the ancients. And yet it is a relief to know that we did not slight the old ones, that it was our deeds which summoned forth this fiend. I will swim back to the cups and consult my comrades who must think on a strategy. Though huge in size, the beast is swift, elusive. My kin would be glad to have your aid in seeking its tracks. Finless ones do best when there is no water, and the sea is yet to reclaim our home. Come to the ocean floor, land dweller. Come and hunt the beast. Alright. It seems as though there will be more. 2 slots remaining in my inventory. Oh my god. Alright, hang on. I need to, I need to throw away some shit. I have a lot of this that should probably go to my inventory. I should have done this before, guys. It's my own fault. It's my own fault. What is the, it's just place it in the armory chest, isn't it? Place all that in my armory chest. And I'll decide if I want stuff for aesthetic later, or if not. The hallowed egg has never lost a spot. You're so right. This is all of the food that we won from our nice streams. Yummy, yummy. Not to mention the beautiful food that Kate trades me at the beginning of every stream. Where is my closest retainer? Probably in the bedroom back home. Here? God. Summoning bell, right. My little Lala with a hammer over here. Sniper wolf. Alright, hold on. My retainer's also looking pretty bad too, guys. It's not looking good. It's alright. After this stream, I'm gonna sort all this out. I promise. I'll definitely sort it all out. There you go. That's enough. Make the inventory bigger, dude. You know what I mean? Just make the inventory bigger. Don't punish me. The game gives you too many items. It gives you too many items. It's alright. I'll get another retainer and I'll sort that out later. Alright, we're gonna go speak with the resistance fighter. It's Ruby Doomsday time. They can do everything but give you more inventory space, apparently. Yeah, on the spot inventory sorting, I'm like, no, don't make me do it. Full graphical update? Hell yeah. More inventory slots for all the items we keep getting? No, thank you. Alright. On your way to headquarters, I take it. Accompany the Resistance Fighter to Alliance headquarters. Oh, dude. No shit. Wait. Yeah, no shit. I didn't realize. Sometimes you remember that the travel between the source and the first is so seamless now that I'm like, oh, I'm heading back home. Actually, holy shit. Yep. Traveled to Giribani, of course. To be honest, we weren't sure if you'd ever show up. I, for one, am glad you've decided to throw in your lot with us. Stormblood time. back at this place. Gaia says you're our best hope at defeating that abomination. We have seen only a glimpse of its true power, and even that was more than enough for us. Which Zelda game is next? Fume Night? Probably Phantom Hourglass will be the next one. Run through those handheld experiences. But right now, we got a couple of other games coming that are pretty big. But we'll get back to it. So, your mind is set? Then I shall apprise you of the situation. We have discovered that the previously abandoned Ultimate Weapon project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to be deployed on the Eorzean front. Its name, the Ruby Weapon. Ruby Doomsday, huh? Severa and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima weapon, the explosives we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating. They barely left a mark. We suspect the gifts of its predecessor may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima weapon was designed to absorb ether from icons, and the Ruby weapon no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprisings in Garlemald's occupied territories, and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. But its near impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws that can be extended and contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. He's where it puts its hands in the sand, and then the spiky tentacles come out and mess you up. Ruby weapon. And then you just throw dazes at it, and then it just gets stunned. And that's how you defeat it. Incredible. So, out of Ultima weapon, Ruby weapon is born. Where's my emerald and diamond weapons, and the fated sapphire weapon that you never get to fight. You never get to fight sapphire weapon. Gaius was injured shielding me from the Ruby weapon's assault. Even now he struggles to stand. Damn it all. If I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let us not forget that I am the one who initiated the Ultima Weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then so be it. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head on both the foes we face and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for Omega's assistance presents our best chance at stopping that war machina. It is true that if anyone were capable of putting down such a monstrosity, it would be him. Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength? Without a moment's hesitation, I heard Ruby weapon, I'm in. I'm not one to back down from a fight. You have my thanks. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We have received word that the Empire is preparing to advance on the Gimlet Dark. That is where we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the Ruby weapon will be among their host. Should it break through our lines, there is no telling the devastation it will wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. Such devastation! Once you have steeled yourself for the battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. My thoughts on what Remake Part 3 name will be. They wasted the perfect subtitle already on the Crisis Core Reunion. They messed it up. I don't know why they called it that. It's nothing to do with that game. And they called it Crisis Core Reunion. Final Fantasy VII Reunion is literally the title. And unless they just go and call it that anyway, irregardless of the Crisis Core Remaster, it'll have to be something else. But, yeah, they kind of used their perfect title for the game that it's thematically appropriate to use it in. I didn't really think about that. What price must the world pay for my hubris? We'll just have to wait and see. A short while earlier, the Garlean-occupied city of Wurlitz Magitech installation. Damn, story time. Oh my god, there it is. Fuck, it just looks straight up. It's just straight up Ruby weapon. It's a bit tinier, but oh my god. Commencing ruby weapon activation sequence. All units stand by. Whoa! It's like I'm getting a sneak peek at Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 because I ain't never seen Ruby Weapon in such high fidelity before. He's always just been a very low poly object. Wow. Sheesh! Initiating synthetic orosite system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. Ruby weapon codename Darnus. Ready for launch. So sick. So sick. Gotcha. So cool, dude. Yeah, so that's like the best quality I've ever seen Ruby Weapon in. How fun. Alright, so we still need someone? We still need an 8th person for this? Or do we just have a random join? Voldeolin has briefed me on our mission. I am to take you as far as our expected point of contact with the Ruby Weapon. Once we arrive, the rest is up to you, I'm afraid. Cinder Drift. Though the original Ultima weapon, piloted by Gaius Beosar, was destroyed in the decisive battle at the Praetorium, Garlemald has been secretly developing its successor. Now, this diabolical melding of Halligan and Garlean technologies has been deployed to annihilate those who would oppose the Empire. At the behest of none other than Gaius Beosar himself, you cross the scorched battlefield of the Gimlet Dark to halt this crimson menace before it lays waste to Eorzea. Alright, I'll do it. I'm dropping us in. We just need 1 DPS. Any duppuses playing the game right now? We'll find out. Gotta have the appropriate victory pose ready for when you defeat Ruby Weapon. That's right, occasionally when you play the Final Fantasy, you will also play the waiting game. We get to listen to this beautiful music while we wait. I'll go back to shiny hunting on my Pokemon Fire Red. So we'll sit here and wait for a DPS, which for some reason has not joined. That's actually kind of crazy. If anyone here wants to join and be our 8th spot before we get into this, you are most welcome. Right now, I'm getting a Charmander. Yeah, the old one-shot ruby weapon. That's the right experience to have. Well, while we wait, how's everyone's week been? How's everyone been since the last stream? Like 4 days ago, on our last stream? How's your week going? I've been hotly anticipating this stream ever since I stopped the last one. I like stopped it, went, oh, I want to keep playing. And it's just like the classic, like, once you get back into Final Fantasy XIV, it grabs you, and you're like, well, now I just want to keep going. And then I have to wait. But it's good, because I anticipate the next time that we get to stream together. So it's good. Hey, Cards Mage. Well done. Congratulations. I hope that job goes well for you. It's definitely cold. We've finally entered cold Melbourne, and that's my favorite. It's currently 1 degrees Celsius with frost. Yummy. Oh no, it's popped up to a brisk 2 degrees Celsius. Let's go. Damn, a kid married, divorced, and sent to prison. What did we get sent to prison for? I will not share any of this cold. I've been waiting for so long. All the heat has been killing me lately. We're ready! Almost pressed withdraw. Holy crap. That would have been funny. Alright, we're gaming. Girabania, the Cinder Drift. It's got rocket boosters! Mark III, Anti-Icon War Machina, the Ruby Weapon. Mark III. Let's go! I'm turning up the music. Gaia Radana is our DPS that's with us today. Let's fucking go! Waiting for it to summon its tentacles, though. We're actually doing damage to it. In Final Fantasy VII, you cannot do damage to it. It takes a while. Deploying claws, alright? It's letting us know. Wait, what? Whoa. Oh, sick. Okay, that's fun. Oh, they wait, is it summoned enemies? Oh god. Wait, I didn't realize that it summons enemies. My responsibility is a tank! Oh god. Jesus. Won't even see them coming. Is it casting Doom? Oh no, it's casting Doom. He's killing them. Bro, this is insane. Okay. I thought he was summoning enemies, but it turns out casting doom or death. Commencing high velocity assault. Oh my god, what? Oh my god, what? Oh, okay, gotcha. Ah! Fucking hell. Oh, dude, so sick. I'm dead. I just got stomped on and killed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, good timing. The spike mechanic in this is so sick. Someone finish him off with a limit break. Initiating ultimate sequence, ignoring all warnings. This can't be! The ruby weapon is unstoppable! I'm sorry, everyone. This is the end for me. Activating Oversoul. Increasing pilot override rate to 100%. Commencing force shutdown and system restart. Synthetic aura sight switching to Oversoul mode. Loading data sample. It's like the Final Fantasy VII blue box. Darnus combat data ready. Initiating organic core override. What is this? No! Get out of my mind! Stop! No, I'm not. Niall, I am. What? I am Niall Van Darnus. Come to purify this forsaken land. What the fuck? The ruby weapon is a baddie? Oh no, she's hot! What the fuck? Oh, my despair, my rage become my shield. Wait, Raven's image. Oh my god, what? God. Dalamud Reborn, what the hell? Dalamud has fallen. We're all dead. I was distracted because there's a giant woman on screen, guys. Sorry. Whoa! I guess it at least it checkpoints us at her. But holy shit! Meteor project. Okay, so we keep these guys separated. I was literally doing the opposite, and I was like, keep them close so I can do AoE damage on both of them! The sky, it's nice and red. There's a big old fucking sphere. That's the Bahamut sphere, is it not? Oh! How can this be, O mighty Dalamud? Am I not thy loyal servant? It's Dalamud. Oh, right, yes. There's a lot going on right now to be looking at the sky. Fall, fall, death to the undeserving. The music is insane. Oh god, rocks. Not the rock attack. Oh no, we gotta hide behind the rocks, don't we? Fuck! Classic hide behind fallen rock mechanic. Oh god, no, what is happening? I gotta walk in a direction? What's happening? Oh, I blocked the fucking rock with my sword! Yes! Your comet is blocked. That's so sick. What the fuck? Yo. Oh, I'm getting attacked by a moon again. No. Dalamud did fall. I know it to be true. Oh, brother. Niall, your name shall live on for eternity. Oh my god. Music went way too hard. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Now, you know, I've fought Ruby Weapon before, but I don't remember that happening. Dude, so... Woo! She was, like, in the thing, piloting it, and then it took on some sort of, like, organic... overdrive, like... And then she became Giant Woman? I thought she was, sitting in a chair back at base, like, remote piloting the thing. I loved the way that they integrated the claws. That was really fun. If they went full original Final Fantasy VII, where you couldn't even damage the thing and you had to attack the tentacles, that's what I was expecting at first. That was really cool. Alright, let me sit in the right spot. Very good. We're all sitting by our fresh kill. Oh, so fun. Ruby Doomsday, huh? Oh, there's more. It's not over yet. Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable. As ever, an impressive display. Though I am sure you will concur, the Ultima weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If their research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh on unstoppable. The next model... With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Ali, what do you think you're doing? Ali. Father! It has been too long, Alphonse. And you too, Rex. Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapon project and making inroads into Eorzea, I suppose it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, although I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping. I know a lot's happened, but I'm just glad you're alright. And now you can come back to Garlemald with us. My days serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varys? We know you'd never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. Everything can go back to the way it was. No, poor child. I'm not with the Empire because the Empire sucks. Echo time! Oh my god. Alright. Gaius's 3 children? Even more children. He's fucking adopting kids left, right, and center. So he found you two shivering on the roadside when he was going through Whirlit? Lucky for you, eh? If he hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for us 3, our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on street corners if it weren't for him. I just wish there was a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he'd show us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. Melisandre. You're saying we should join the army? I don't think that's such a good idea. Everyone in Whirlit was scared of the Garleans. Why would we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. Alright. Becoming a soldier is what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in. Maybe one day people will look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. Then it's settled. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters? Then that would make Lord Gaius our father? Well, if he doesn't mind us calling him that, I suppose so. And that makes you our big brother since you're the oldest. You'd better be nice to us or I'm telling father, haha. Oh no, we radicalized the children. But in the bad way. Oh no! The kids want to grow up to be in the military. I'm gonna grow up and be a strong, empirical presence. Just like my dad. Father, since you went away, a lot has changed in the Empire. For us, too. If we'd known that you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is... If you must go, I will not stop you. But answer me this. Who was piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that Nail Van Darnus has not returned from the dead. Who do you think? It was... Melisandre. Oh. No. No, I refuse to believe that. Damn, we just killed one of his adopted kids. I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to all of you. We only want to finish what you started. And while we never forget all you have done for us, the next time we meet, it shall be as enemies. Goodbye, Father. Damn, I did not expect our Ruby Weapon trial series to then be Sins of the Father, because this is so good. Because of his ties to the Ultima weapon, obviously, and... the drama! It's great. This is a very unexpected story twist to it, though. When they make the Ruby Weapon not just this figure that you've just defeated because it looks cool and the Empire is doing cool weapons, but it's also this fucked up bio weapon where they also used a person and we killed that person that Gaius has ties to. So that's really good. Tragic. It's not good that we killed her. Tragic, but good story. As for you, hero of Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to Melisandre. I swear it. Very well-timed echo, so we know who people are and why. The echo is a very useful tool for context. Without the echo, I'd be like, who the hell are you? And who the hell is Melisandre? That was sick. Alright, let's speak with Gaius. See what he has to think about it. After Gaius and I faced the ruby weapon, I had thought it to be all but indestructible. I'm glad to be proven wrong on this occasion. Gaius wasn't exaggerating when he spoke of your prowess in battle. Unfortunately, it seems that a fair few problems remain, and unlike the ruby weapon, it might take more than brute force to solve them. We'll have to do the extremes of this one as well, for sure. There's a lot of story. I'm not one to complain about a 8-course meal. Sid! I recognize those pants anywhere. What the hell? What are you doing here, old man? Well, well. Gaius Van Baelsar, we meet again. Come to see how your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? You are come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Melisandre, should still be inside the cockpit. I will ask Vale de Lune to escort you to the wreckage. I'm trying to say how to say this name. Val de Lune. Vale de Lune. Am I going to do a separate video for this quest line? No, because we're doing it right now. I did a separate video for the Dark Knight quest line because that was all recorded off stream. So no, we'd run through this live. Because I need people to game with, to do the battles. Valdolin. Yeah. Try and keep that in my mouth. Valdolin. Any idea who this Melisandre is? An imperial crony of his, perhaps? Actually, mate, judging by the echo, his adopted daughter. One of the orphans. Gaius always did have an eye for talent and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livia Sanjunius was another protege of his. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the Meteor Project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. Then, my father and countless others lost their lives in the Bosnian incident. Although he was acting under Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I begged him to reconsider, to put an end to his madness, but my words fell on deaf ears. That's when I turned to Gaius for support, but he was as much of a pawn of the Emperor as my father, and refused to intervene. When my turn came to serve, I defected and fled to Eorzea. I blamed Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more, for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest. But when we met at the Praetorium, all the hatred that had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and I remembered the man I once respected. To think the dreaded Black Wolf was a mere plaything of the Ascians, who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of his men to early graves. It's more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible. Yeah, no, if it's on stream, it'll just be on stream, and then if it's something that I would do for a separate video, that would just most likely be recorded in my own time. So there won't be any editing down of Final Fantasy XIV combat content, because there's just too much of it, like hours and 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 hours of the game in my playlist so far. And if I was to edit any of that down to highlights, I might simply pass away. And I think people would rather me put that effort to other playthroughs, I think. Would I ever do a gaming setup tour? Perhaps. It does not look organized right now. I have a computer and 2 monitors and a keyboard that lights up. Pretty cool. Also have a mouse. If the cockpit remained intact, we may be able to glean information from the pilot. Didn't the pilot turn into a giant woman and then disintegrate upon death? I guess not. The trial series in itself is pretty long. Well, gamers, strap yourselves in, because we're having a stream of it. We'll see how we go then, you know? If we don't finish it today, we'll see. Because I did also say that we were going to do some of the raid as well, so maybe we'll mix it up, maybe we'll come back to this again later. Is this a quest line that, like, updates throughout the patches, or is it something that just was released in its entirety? That's my question. Alright, Mercury is working 11 hours, which means Mercury is calling in sick for work and we're streaming for over 11 hours. If Sid is as I remember him, it will not take long for him to finish investigating the remains of the ruby weapon. He never was one to waste time. Okay, so it's updated through patches, but isn't, like, directly tied to the patch content in the same way that the raid is. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but if Melisandre is dead, I only hope she was not made to suffer. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony, as her very life's essence was drained from her. So, she was sacrificed to power that infernal machine. We must act quickly if we are to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Omega, is there any other information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Hail Van Darnus. Did the Legatus mean that much to Melisandre? From what I gather, it sounds as if data based on Niall's combat capabilities were used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. Yeah, we're getting some, like, crazy-ass Final Fantasy VII bio-monster, Hojo weird science of, like, Genova, that Genova body horror. And let's take that concept and then fuse that to a ruby weapon, and let's make it all kind of weird Evangelion. And it's just the fucked up science of, so we're gonna put you in a robot. From what I gather, pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core, right? If this technology is perfected and the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into its soldiers, the Alliance won't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? It makes me immediately think about the fact that in this Echo there were multiple children, more than the ones that were standing in front of Gaius in that earlier scene. So, have they perhaps been biologically fused to a weapon, perhaps? A similar method of transference was used on the prototype Estinian fort, was it not? Your friend did mention that he overheard the Signiferi loading various sets of data into the test model during the battle. It would appear that the system has been improved since then. While it may bear some similarities, we won't know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results. But in doing so, the Empire has sunk into the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once, I agree with you. Yet one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There is one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out a more thorough investigation first. Severa will provide support while you're in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest in Gallian technology, there are few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. I love how they address things that are like from Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 as like before the calamity. It's cool that it is like this worked in story event. I love it. In the meantime, Valdolin and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We will learn what we can of the weapon project and the manner in which Alphonse and the others are involved. Should we uncover anything of value, we will relay it to the troops stationed here. For now, I suggest you use this lull in Gallian activity to recuperate. Cardsmage, you are most welcome to join, because we do need one more currently. Would I be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much as think of returning to your Imperial Masters, I will kill you. Ooh. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, solo instance is next. War Machina Fanatic. What's going on here? Did you see that weapon? Ah, of course you did. How silly of me. What I wouldn't give for the secrets of that armor plating. Okay, we have a solo instance. I guess in that case... Wow. Wow. Jumping back and forth between trials and raids. That is true. It might be a little bit messy for the story, though. If we don't get to the raid today, we can always get to the raid on the next stream. I'm not going anywhere. What are you expecting me to put the game down and not come back for 8 months? I wouldn't do that to you. You can always do the raid next time if it doesn't work out. I didn't know how long Ruby Doomsday was going to be going into it, so we'll see. So, you put down the ruby weapon. Gods, I wish I could have seen it. Not from too close, mind. I suppose I should report news of your victory to the higher-ups. I realize you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? Oh, mate. Bloody big red thing. Then a big woman came out of the big red thing and she threw a goddamn Dalamud moon at me. Crazy. You make it sound so easy. From the way you tell it, anyone would think you slay hulking brutes like that for a living. I'll put all of this into a report and leave a copy over there. Should you fancy a bit of light reading? Anyway, I expect you've got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. If the Garleans pluck up the courage to come knocking again, we'll let you know. Till then, rest up. Okay, well... This was the quest titled Ruby Doomsday, so technically the quest title... Meanwhile, the quest title Ruby Doomsday was put into the stream title. So technically, we're actually okay to put it down and go into the raid now. And then we can come back to this again, but there you go. But there you go. We'll see. See what happens. We're currently in a meanwhile story quest, so... We should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. That's exactly the problem, Ali. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to interfere. I've come too far to back down now. I won't let Melisandre's death be in vain. So we got another guy. Even if that means going against Father's wishes. Cheer up, Alphonse. We can all go back to being one big happy family after we've dealt with those pesky Eosians. It'll be just like old times. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Yep, so we have recon from the flashback. Excuse me? I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next, O ye of little faith. Bro, they're color-coded to their weapons. No shit. We're looking at Sapphire and Emerald weapon. And one of these, or both of these, diamond weapon. Dude. This is going to satisfy a childhood dream of mine. Ever since I was a kid playing Final Fantasy VII, I always wished we could have fought Sapphire Weapon, because you can fight Emerald and Ruby and Diamond. But Sapphire Weapon is a cutscene only thing. And I was like, oh man, I wish it like lived and we got to fight it at the bottom of the ocean. Like, look at this, hold on. if I remember this correctly. And don't pull down my headphones. Oh, it's not on here. I swear it was like... I must have imagined it. There's an image somewhere. And I'm trying to think about where the image is. I'm wondering where I would have seen it. It's not on the manual, and it's not on the case. There was like an image somewhere where it's like advertising the FMVs or something. It's not on the back of this. I think it must be on a strategy guide or something. And there was this image of Sapphire Weapon. And I was like, I can't wait to fight that thing. Oh my god. Anyway, sorry. While I'm on this rant, I'll also answer the super chat, because I was just reading the dialogue, but we got thrown way off course reading Sapphire Weapon. Butterfly State, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. In regards for the Night Rain situation, it's more than likely I'm not playing Night Rain as it comes out, and might not have time for it for a while. I'm not forcing it into my schedule because I'm currently playing Expedition 33. I have another big game dropping on the channel. I am also going to be playing Death Stranding 2 when that comes out, because that is my most anticipated game, and Night Rain realistically may not be able to fit into this time frame while I'm also streaming Final Fantasy XIV. So we'll have to see. I do want to check it out, but I just know realistically I won't be dedicating as much time to it as a lot of other people who have the time for it. I'm booked and busy. That's definitely that's definitely the answer to that. But we shall see. But thank you anyway for reaching out. I do appreciate it. Okay, let's lock back in for Rex. I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next, O ye of little faith. With me at the helm of the Sapphire Weapon, it'll be over before you know it. Whatever happens, Rex, promise you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. Oh, poor Allie, do you not even know that you're getting fused to the weapon? So there's two with white hair, so it'll be up in the air. Who's becoming Diamond Weapon? Who is it? Who's it gonna be? Oh, this dude does have a quest. Is this the this is the gonna be the extreme guy, isn't it? He'll want to be like, study it, and this is how I unlock the extremes. I get that vibe. I have to say, that was a most exhilarating battle. I never dreamed that I would have the chance to see such a ferocious war machina with my own eyes. You might find it odd that a citizen of Eorzea would be so excited by something sent by the Garleans to slaughter us in our thousands, but as an avid follower of all things gigantic and mechanical, I just can't help myself. Oh, to be able to pilot such a majestic creation. Perhaps I should defect to the Empire and offer my services. Ever since the time of the original Ultima weapon, I have fallen in love with this fusion of Allagan and Garlean design. It takes my breath away. So much so that I used my spare moments at the Ironworks to develop a line of miniatures. And now your recently vanquished foes shall be the inspiration for my next endeavor. Would you do me the honor of casting your gaze across the piece once it is complete? If that is what it takes to shut you up. Did you say something? Whatever it was, I'm sure you're offering heartfelt words of encouragement. It's the support of fans such as yourself that makes this such a worthwhile hobby. I'm proud to say that my work adorns the homes of many like-minded Machina lovers. The Ultima Weapon and Magitech Reaper miniatures, to name but two of my creations, are especially popular. Of course, I wouldn't be much of an engineer if I only made inanimate ornaments. Behold, I have restored this Allagan relic, added a few flourishes of my own, and dubbed it the Real Virtuality Combat Simulation Experience and Tour. By feeding it various pieces of data, such as images of my replicas and so on, it is able to recreate a range of combat scenarios. For research purposes, of course, not entertainment, oh no. I can see you're practically champing at the bit to give it a try. There's no stopping you, intrepid adventurer types. It won't be long until my latest work is complete. All that remains are 1 or 2 final adjustments, so don't go anywhere. Okay, so both a vendor for like getting like what your little followers, little miniatures of the weapons, but also virtual reality combat simulator, which is most likely the extreme raids. Of late, all I can think about is weapons, weapons, weapons! I channel this passion into crafting homages to my favorite warbuckler, which is more than a mere hobby, it's the wind in my sails. The ruby weapon, please. Can I see that? The ruby weapon. Fine choice. Please allow me a moment to prepare. Have I ever watched Evangelion? Indeed, I have. Yeah, definitely in my top 5. It's ridiculously good. I haven't seen any of the movies, so I'm not familiar with all of the new stuff. I just know that people either love it or hate it, because I think it also, what is it called, Rebuild? And it's like kind of like retelling. But I've only seen the original. And I saw the original not on Netflix either, so I got the intended experience, I would say. And I got to listen to the actual Fly Me to the Moon at the end of each episode, which was also very nice. It's just a shame that the Blu-ray release of Evangelion is based on the Netflix release, so it doesn't have that stuff. Which kind of sucks. Feast your eyes on the likeness of the Crimson Conqueror, the Vermilion Villain, the Scarlet Scoundrel, the one and only Ruby Weapon. Oh, so you're making busts. I was hoping for a little guy that would follow me around. As I'm sure you remember, its most prominent characteristics were its impregnable armor plating, adroitly depicted here, and its long, flexible claws, which are, well, you'll just have to imagine those for now. The head and arched neck are somewhat reminiscent of a ravenous void scent, which may be the result of having absorbed a primal, possibly even one summoned by those resisting the Empire. In that sense, could be even considered an ally of sorts. Ah, there I go, getting carried away as usual. I can tell you've absorbed about as much information as you can handle for now, so why don't we fire up the real virtuality combat simulation experienceinator? You'd best brace yourself, because even I don't know what's going to happen. Low poly ruby weapon. Locking cool stuff behind PvP is an evil, evil thing. The totems earned in the Sorrow of Werlet can be exchanged for gear and other items by speaking with Sintana in Revenant's Toll. Yeah, it is Chadley. This is literally Chadley in Final Fantasy XIV, which is horrible. Hell yeah. Okay, so... Sick. Alright, what we'll do then, team, is we're going to do the extreme of Ruby Weapon. We'll unsync it, we'll do the extreme. In regards to Sapphire time, let's do that later. We've done Ruby Doomsday, so we'll come back, we'll circle back, and we'll look into the raid series now. How does that sound? Does that sound good? Everyone want a raid? Are you all still in a party? Alright, so we got 6. Do we have 2 more to get a raid going? Rubelite weapon. He's just a little guy. What's the... Yeah. Is it still a solo instance to begin? Okay, well at least if we're all together and we get there. Or are you... Oh no, Mobius is saying he's in a solo instance. Is that what he's saying? And I just can't understand his very short sentences of 2 words. Alright, chat, where am I going for the raid? Where am I headed off to? Everyone's so close together. Oh my god. Oh. You're right there. I thought you were the other one. Oh, everyone's names so close together. Alright. Crystarium, I think. Armorang, I think. One of those 2. Alright. One of those 2. We'll start in the Crystarium. What is the name of the quest? In the middle of nowhere. Okay, time to look at the map. There it is. It's the first one I looked at. In the middle of nowhere, indeed. The Anxious Crystal Guard. Okay. There you go, guys. One of the Crystarium guards is particularly relieved to have found you. So it's tied to Rin and Thancred's journey into the empty. Ah, Omega, have you seen Rin? She's been looking for you. Wait here, I'll go and get her. There you are. The truth is, I need your help. Now hold on, I haven't even told you what it is yet. After you defeated Emet-Selk, I sensed a strange concentration of light somewhere far to the south. In the empty, the lands that were once swallowed by the flood. Huh? I can't tell what it is, but we have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another Light Warden. But whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Thancred, Oriange, and I have a few theories that we plan to test once we find whatever's causing this. 3 of us were reluctant to ask for your help, considering everything that you've been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden without becoming one yourself, so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there, just in case. So, will you come with us? I wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you, Omega. This means a lot. First of all, let's head to the derrick in Armorang. Thancred and Oriange should have everything ready by now. See, Gabgano was close. Just the next step is Armorang. Is Fanglan your gamer name? Tenakura? I wouldn't expect a random stranger to be sat next to cast. Very nice. Alright. A full party. Such devastation. I was expecting the chair again, I'll tell you. Whoa, what is that? Yo, they got the goddamn desert car. They're doing everything possible to make me think about Final Fantasy VII. We got the buggy. 'Tis a blessing to see thee so hale. Sorry to drag you all the way out here. I have a feeling you'll miss this place when you see where we're going next, though. I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way here. I doubt they posed any sort of challenge to him. Would that I say the same with would that I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there. Even if the light that Reen sensed turned out to be nothing of consequence, the empty is hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wasteland poseth as severe a threat as any foe we might face. Oh no, guys. It's not even 9 AM, and I have to voice Rianjay. Forgive any tripping up of dialogue that I do. In any event, we are in agreement that this phenomenon doth warrant investigation, though for lack of a more precise means of navigation, we must needs rely on Rin's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. There'll be plenty of time for us to talk about it on the way. Is the Sky Slipper ready, Thancred? Sky Slipper. Ready to take us wherever we need to go, aye. Back again too, maybe, if we ask it nicely. Though the light have been expunged from Norvrant, the ambient ether of the empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. The soil, the air, the water, all rendered incapable of supporting life. 'Tis due to this imbalance that the empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable, even a century thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the aetherometers I've packed and Rin's unique abilities, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuations in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts a few days out there won't affect us to any noticeable degree. Much longer than that, and we risk becoming sin eaters. Since we still don't know how Chocobos and Amaro will fare in the empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courtesy of the researchers at the Mean, who found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order. Quite safe, I promise. The person in charge said he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the empty, even though I told him we're not hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Maud Sook at some point. Anyway, I think that covers everything. When you're ready to leave, just say the word. Let's go to the empty, to the middle of nowhere. While I'm piloting and Rin's navigating, you and Orianjay will be free to enjoy the view and engage in rousing conversation. By that, I mean he can spend the whole time talking at you while you nod in agreement. Although the flood of light is believed to have expunged all traces of life from the empty, we must remain ever vigilant. We know not what we shall find. Of course someone has a mount of it. Well then, shall we? Yes, it is technically a future vehicle. You are right. What a convenient little speeder. With a name like the Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery, but this is downright depressing. To look on the land swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes, 'tis a chilling sight indeed. Approximately 9/10 of the world are as this, a slate all but wiped clean. Were it not for the warriors of darkness in Minfilia. Rin, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? There's something about this perspective that's so funny for me, because, like, I'm looking at this, and for a second, I was like, it looks like Thancred and Rin are right next to each other, but she's just comically small, and he's too large, but then I remembered that he's up above. I was like, huh? Yes, I'm certain. There's no telling of how far away it is, though. Nothing for it but to keep going, then. You two back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we've got a few moms ahead of us. I have to say, it's a touch larger than I was expecting, and is it sleeping? Fucking hell, man. It's just right there. Like, that's it. That is an unmistakable design, dude. It's just right there. It's definitely an if you know, you know. Like, you had to have seen it before to recognize it, but holy crap. And it's huge. Now, I was thinking that it would actually be tied in with going deep underwater, not actually the Empty. So this is a pleasant surprise. I thought that it might be related to, you know, when we're going underwater and we're going through the ancient city and they're talking about, like, creatures escaping and stuff like that. And I thought it would tie in with maybe how the way that you obtain that Guardian Force is related to the Deep Sea Research Center. So I was like, this kind of feels fitting, like location-wise, of going down into the deep sea. But no, we're in the Empty instead. Rin says, no, it's waking up. I don't like the sound of that. Is it a light warden? No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light. The first Sin Eater. Long have I strived to unravel the mysteries surrounding the flood of light, to discover what set that terrible cataclysm in motion. Every thread led to the same conclusion, the same single point, or single being. I have reason to believe that the entity we see before us is the first Sin Eater, the instigator of the flood, the very foe Minfilia vanquished a century ago. As crazy, but it's waking up. She gave everything she had, and won. But this abomination could undo her work. Aye, the possibility cannot be denied, though it is oft said that destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Right, Reen, knowest thou of what I speak? The power to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature, for what was once shattered may be forged anew. That's all well and good, but don't you think we should give it a name first? Why are we naming it and just naming it correctly? That's so corny. Can she sense that that's its name, or we're just being very convenient? Rin's like, yeah, let's call it Eden. Utopia in Fae. A most auspicious title. The Garden of Eden. Yes. Let's go get that forbidden apple. I like it, I say with a nod. Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a couple of tents. On the off chance, but pitching the damn things is something of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping me? We'll all pitch a tent. Alright everyone, we've made it into the spoiler-free zone now. We knew that it was Eden, and now everything else is gonna be a fun ride. Oh my god! Nobuo Uematsu's music is so powerful, bro. Now, I wouldn't call these blue fields what we're looking at right now. Oh, but oh my god. I'm the wrong class for this, guys. I need my gunblade. I didn't become a gunbreaker in time. No! I haven't even touched the gunbreaker stuff yet. That's right, I'm just carrying one in my inventory right now. There you go. Me if I was in my underwear and had a gunblade. Oh my god, dude. I love that. I'm like, alright everyone, I don't know anything after the Eden's name. Immediate fucking blue fields. Wow. Though frequent rest may allay the symptoms of prolonged exposure to the empty's ambient ether, 'twould be unwise to linger here overlong. Sorry guys, we have Thancred with us, so he's our squall. I never realized that putting up tents could be such a bother. Still, I'm glad that we got there in the end. Thancred should be back from scouting the area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. Let me wipe the blue fields tear from my eye. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Ghoul Ghoul in Mordsuk or Yal Yal in Yulmore. True. Also go Monk for my best Zell impression. Oh, you know what? There is something we can do. There is absolutely something we can do. Hold on a sec. There you go. Ah! Oh, wait. Take the helmet off. Take the helmet off. Ew! There's at least something that I can do for this one. Let's go. Squall if he had a big sword. And was also a cat. Yeah, that'll be the sword that we use for now. Deploy the core. Rin waits anxiously for Thancred to return from surveying the vicinity. Alright. We'll do this. Just give me one moment. Just gonna have a quick bathroom break, and then we will proceed with this one. Alright, we can continue. Yeah, the Final Fantasy VIII replay is a necessity, for sure. I wonder what's taking Thancred so long. Up till I wish you the best of luck in going back and watching all of the VODs. Enjoy. Ah, there he is. Well, that was rather uneventful. Not that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? No, thankfully. There's naught but barren plains in every direction, apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, and the brute didn't even seem to notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew. We should act now, before it's fully awake. Meaning what, exactly? When I think about the flood of light, I get the feeling that rather than destroying everything in its path, what it actually did was stop the flow of ether. Of course, that meant that all of the plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the years since. But the ether is still here, lying dormant. If Eden is the one that caused it, maybe it can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty. Now, hold on a moment. What makes you think that's even possible, and how do you expect to control that kind of power? Rin's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. I believe Minfilia halted the Flood of Light's advance not by destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. Aye, as Minfilia's successor, it standeth to reason that Rin doth possess the means to exert her will over Eden, but such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Omega? I imagine this is easier said than done. Yes, you're probably right, but I have to try. Very well, Rin. You've made up your mind. So, how should we go about this? I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me that the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core. That giant Talos had a core too, like a beating heart. It controlled the flow of ether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the etheric balance? The theory is certainly sound. By employing Aethernet shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in so doing secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must needs first have Rin study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which we may directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it. You can really do that, Urianger? All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted to me a wealth of knowledge concerning aetherology. Aetherology! Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us rummaging around in its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, no, I wouldn't be surprised if there is some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you would best lead the way, Omega? It's true that he's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on him any more than we have to. Yes, I haven't forgotten what happened when he absorbed too much light, but as Alice said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. Now, I wish I could put down wardens myself, but the simple fact is I can't, and there's no point pretending I can. That's why I'm asking Omega. Then perhaps I could... You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason we even have a plan, the only reason this plan has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, you'll have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out there. You sure you want to go through with this? This is what I do best. I won't let you down. Though we will remain here, Rin and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast reached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls, courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable than those to which thou art accustomed. We have like the old link pearls in the Crystal Tower. There's just old technology left behind that is technically in our future. Nice. Yeah, I think you're safe doing a Final Fantasy VIII replay, because if we're talking remasters, technically they already did one. There is a Final Fantasy VIII remastered, and that's the definitive way to play Eden's Gate Resurrection. But in terms of a Final Fantasy VIII remake, realistically and sadly, we're probably not seeing it ever. Final Fantasy IX is most likely getting the remaster treatment. It's just a matter of waiting. Like, it's been a thing for so long. We're just waiting for it to be officially unveiled, I think. And it is interesting because we are in Final Fantasy IX's anniversary right now as well. They've even posted some stuff about it. So maybe in June, maybe we'll get the Final Fantasy IX reveal. We shall see how we go. That's right, we'll get Mobius in. Mobius can be our 8th if he's here. I can't get this bloody thing lit. Must be because the ether has stopped flowing, just as Rin said. Though if this place of hers and Urianger's actually works, we might have to stop calling this place the Empty. what I will say is what Kitase has said about Final Fantasy VIII is that he said it would be a remake on that scale, and that they don't have it in them to do it because of how long it'll take them to do it. That's the unfortunate part. Like, they are aware that Final Fantasy VIII would need the same attention to detail and the same effort that has gone into Final Fantasy VII Remake of multiple parts, because obviously the game is so huge, and Final Fantasy VIII's game in general, the Final Fantasy Remake style and Final Fantasy VIII, so good together. It would work very, very well together. But it would take them over 10 years. And they're like, they don't even know how long they've got to go through it, sadly. So while they're like, would love to do it, it's also a lot. I think what we're going to probably see with Final Fantasy IX is that it will still retain a lot of that identity, and maybe even will still be turn-based. It will just kind of look nicer. It'll in terms of the graphics. I think it'll play similar. It'll be less of a huge undertaking. You know what I mean? Hey, Polly, no worries. Thank you so much for saying hello. Expedition 33 is mind-blowing. It's so good. I can't wait for you to see more of what I've recorded too. Ready when you are, Omega. And the teleportation apparatus hath been calibrated successfully, and I believe the probability of irreversible disintegration to be relatively low. Great. I mean, hell, even Final Fantasy VII Remake would work in turn-based if they committed to it from the start. But I can see why it's more action-oriented and seamless, and I do prefer it that way for the style of game that it is. Final Fantasy VIII, I would also prefer it to be like Final Fantasy VII Remake's gameplay, for sure. Alright, we are starting the raid, everybody. Eden's Gate Resurrection. Rin's discovery of a vast concentration of light prompts an expedition into the barren wastelands left in the wake of the flood known as the Empty. There you encounter the immense and enigmatic Eden, the very first Sin Eater and the progenitor of the destruction that all but consumed the world. Rather than seeking to end this threat once and for all, Rin hopes to use its limitless power to restore the ethereal balance of the Empty and breathe life into the planet. However, she must first gain control of Eden's core, which is likely to have countermeasures for repelling intruders. I think something that's really interesting about this as well, that I love, is, and not just for this in general, but just raids are so integral to the story of Final Fantasy XIV that I'm like, make this stuff mandatory. It's crazy that this is like optional, because it's some of the best content of the game too. It's just kind of crazy. All right. Magic Potato, thanks for catching the stream. I hope you enjoy it. Oh my god, we're getting all Final Fantasy VIII music. It's the fucking battle theme. Oh my god. Whoa. It's a mini version. Keeper of Knowledge, Eden Prime. Oh my god, bro. Alright, hold on. Don't walk forward yet. It says, be careful. Huge amounts of ether are rushing to the core. Wait, what's that? I love this boss theme so much, dude. It's so interesting to hear an orchestral version of this theme. because I'm so used to the... I'm very used to it being much more like... What's the word that I'm looking for? Like synth-like? This is much more orchestral, beautiful, and epic. But the original, it's like very synthy and has like the guitar in the back kind of going... It's so sick. This is very nice though. I think it's fitting for this type of fight that it's made it like a fucking epic battle theme. Yeah, that's fun. Alright, let's fight Eden Prime, shall we? It's so weird to see Eden having like a body. Oh my god, they've got choir. It's got vocals now. Holy shit. They gave the Final Fantasy VIII boss theme vocals. This design is crazy. Don't worry, a Final Fantasy VI playthrough is happening, as well as a Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and Tactics eventually. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, they're bringing in piano too? Dude, this arena is so good. Wow. I have played Final Fantasy XII before on PS2 a long time ago, yes. I gotta do the Zodiac Age though, I've never done that before. This is fucking incredible as a theme. Holy shit. They absolutely cooked on giving it like a design like this, where it has like a humanoid form, Eden with arms and legs. Yeah, like, I'm not even exaggerating when I say that my favorite Final Fantasy is 7, but my favorite soundtrack is Final Fantasy 8. I think it's Uematsu at its peak. And that's saying something, because Final Fantasy 10 is also, and Final Fantasy 9. I mean, it's all just fucking crazy. Yo, Guardian of Paradise, holy shit! Whoa, what? Making Eden the first Sin Eater is crazy. It's so cool how, like, they're able to work in, like, legacy characters and legacy bosses, legacy summons into the main story of 14. It does fit the whole aesthetic. Like, it's fucking perfect. Look at this! Dude, it's taking us through his original summon. It's his summon animation. Just the memories of me mashing the square button for boosting the power of the attack. They recreated his thing, dude. This is Final Fantasy VIII's equivalent of Supernova, and they went even more. They said Galaxy Brain. Eternal Breath, dude. Let's go. They did it. Basically, John, this is all a love letter to Final Fantasy VIII from 1999, and this is a recreation, an orchestral arrangement of the Final Fantasy VIII boss theme while we fight against a Final Fantasy VIII summon. So this whole thing is very much like, do you love Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy XIV is something that frequently does these love letters to the previous titles before it. We've experienced some stuff from the classic Final Fantasies during the Omega raids. We've taken on some bosses from like Final Fantasy V or 6 or something as well, but I'm not super familiar with those, so I haven't got to experience those in the original game, but it was still amazing. But Final Fantasy VIII is my second favorite Final Fantasy game, and it has my favorite soundtrack. Incredible. They have Eden gear, and I just get a full set of it? One bangle can be traded for a special accessory. 2 helms can be traded. Oh. I need multiple. Alright. I'm gonna say I need it all, everybody. Sorry. Because apparently I need 4 pairs of those. 2 pairs of those. Alright. Yeah, I will absolutely get it. Just for the glam. Absolutely. I'm big on my glamour plates. I will get a new one for sure. I can't believe that we just witnessed Final Fantasy XIV recreating the Eden summon attack. The giant lengthy summon. So, I've got to experience Bluefields and the Final Fantasy VIII boss theme. For those... Let me ask the question to the chat, though. Is there anyone in chat that hasn't actually heard the original Final Fantasy VIII boss theme? Actual question. Oh my god. So, that was an orchestral arrangement. It was gorgeous. There was vocals in there and everything, which was amazing. But, alright. And you all heard that while we watched, okay? So, Kate, thank you so much for hanging out and joining us for Trials and the Raids. We'll catch you next time. Alright. Listen to this. Okay? Now, the boss theme is called Force Your Way. layers in this theme. There's so many things going on. The layers in that song, the layers in like any piece of music that he has made is just fucking fantastic. But that is one of the boss themes of all time, for sure. Yeah, it's just absolutely insane. One thing that I really love about Final Fantasy IX soundtrack is it's an evolution of what he applied to Final Fantasy VIII, but then there's just this, but with a fantasy twist, because Final Fantasy IX went more in that classical fantasy direction again. And there's some fantastic themes in there where you listen to a theme on that one and you go, oh, I can see what he's pulled from Final Fantasy VIII to put in here. And it just really is amazing. So it's like absolutely my favorite soundtrack of the Final Fantasy games, which is big because like Soken on Final Fantasy 14 and 16, mind-blowing levels of talent. Final Fantasy VII soundtrack in general, I think Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth soundtracks, obviously I gave them both my best soundtracks of the year in terms of just how much is there. The way that Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth have taken the original themes and improved them, built upon them, and then also given you hundreds of new themes as well. It's too much. I'm a big fan of video game music. If you didn't get that by now. It seems that we'll have to wait for the ether within Eden to stabilize before we can all teleport to the core. Though we anticipated some form of resistance, I did not foresee Eden generating a smaller replica of itself. To think that a mere fraction of its power could manifest such a powerful adversary is frightening indeed. But let's get our friend in here. There's your page. Yep. It seems that Thancred's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing that you couldn't handle. And I'm glad to say that you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Ethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try? Yeah, we have a very fitting glamour plate for this one as well. So for those who are also not in the know, the outfit I'm wearing right now is... it's not the original outfit. It is the Dissidia version of Squall's outfit from Final Fantasy VIII. But they did change it a little bit, unfortunately. Yeah, they did change it. So it's got like these things here, which is not in the original design. It's got this little thing here, which is not part of the original design. They decided to give him not a V-neck, but whatever the fuck you call that. They decided to give him whatever kind of neck that is. He is wearing his Griever necklace, which is sick. He doesn't have a ring on, but we got all the belts going down, which is great. But the jacket is pretty much okay. They made the jacket less puffy. It used to be like kind of like a big jacket. And then the pants and the boots, that's fine. But honestly, if they added the Kingdom Hearts version of Squall's outfit where he was being Leon, I'd be there in a heartbeat. Let's proceed to Eden's core. It's Leon from Kingdom Hearts. Exactly. Where's the Kingdom Hearts crossover to Final Fantasy 14? I'll get my Keyblade. Standing around and waiting is hardly my forte, though I dare say I'm more suited to this than whatever Urianger's do. Though the apparatus is now in place, a number of minute adjustments must needs be made before attempting to assert control over Eden. Once Urianger has activated the device, it's my turn. Yeah, the Kingdom Hearts 4 crossover. We go into the Final Fantasy XIV world. The time hath come, Rin. Watch over me, Minfilia. Is this supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. Not now. Not when I'm so close. Urianger. I am unharmed, but what of Rin? No! You listen to me! I'm using two hands now, which means I'm serious! Rin, be careful! I want Urianger and Goofy to talk so badly, but to Goofy to also match his energy. Gosh, Urianger, I doth see your pointeth too. And then Mickey comes in, he's like, woohoo! Look at it! In its all of its glory! Dude. Just the design of the whole thing is fantastically translated from the original. Like, holy crap. Let's have a look at its PS1 model, right? I'll show you. So, the PS1 version of Eden. If there's I'm trying to see if there's a fully zoomed out model of it. The giant woman part on the top is different, but it did have feminine features in the original as well. So like. Let me try and do this. Hold on. There you go. So this is the original design of it. PS1 model, right? So it's got that same thing. They've added a giant woman here attached to it. But, I mean, you can see the feminine form here, too. So that's really cool, the way that it's been translated into a higher resolution model. I'm trying to find a version of it from a different angle. I guess this is kind of it from underneath. Oh god, why does it look like that? And this is it from like underneath. So obviously we're able to see it so much more. The Eden concept art. Yeah, there is a nice drawing of it, isn't there? Specify Final Fantasy VIII so you don't just start getting the Garden of Eden. Yeah, this is the official artwork of it as well. So it's got more of a face, but it's more of like a spiky looking face thing. And then this is our feminine form all throughout the artwork. Like, look at this. It's a bunch of different female forms, all making up, like, the body. It's gorgeous. Like, it's such a unique design. Like, I've never seen anything like this type of design. It's insane. Tetsuya Nomura, you know, whatever grievances people may have with his ways to direct or time manage, he can design anything and design it well. Kingdom Hearts zippers and belts aside, because I think Kingdom Hearts designs are such a product for the time, and that was the early 2000s of belts. Like, he has designed things for the time that they come out with, and they do fit. And sometimes they age really well, sometimes they don't. His 90s to early 2000s designs are just mind-blowingly creative. On that note, I'll say that his designs for Kingdom Hearts 3 is poop. Straight poop. Stinky, smelly poop. That's so poopy. So that's unfortunate. But he almost always nails it. Sometimes he misses. Whatever they were going for with the plaid in Kingdom Hearts 3 and those outfits and giving Riku a giant car key as a keyblade. Poop. The Kingdom Hearts 2 aesthetic to the Kingdom Hearts 3 aesthetic is one of the biggest character downgrades of all time, sadly. But late 90s Nomura, top of his game. Top of his game. It's just such a fantastic design. Well, I'm glad that's over, but for how long? The beast's fury hath subsided. We've been getting such a treat because we did a Final Fantasy VIII fight last stream with Quetzalcoatl, which was amazing because the design was so perfectly translated from Final Fantasy VIII again. Then we start this stream off with Final Fantasy VII Ruby Weapon nostalgia, teasing even more of that, and now we're doing an Eden raid, so I'm being fed the gourmet shit right now. And Rin appears to have recovered from her battle of wills with Eden. One fell swoop. It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell what caused it to convulse so violently. Must have been when Eden rose into the air, still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now, thou art... Rin, what's going on? Above us! Something's coming this way, an enemy! But how dost thou... could it be a Sin Eater? I can't see them clearly, but... No, that's impossible! What is it? They're inside, too, lots of them, trying to reach the core. Uninvited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied the place up. Japes are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And Omega can welcome our airborne adversary. Rin, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of, preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. Not sure about that, but I can use the ether currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl. Alright everyone, we've got work to do. Ether currents mentioned. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether, so I'll try and give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. Okay. I agree, Philippe. Ramu gets enough of a spotlight. Quetzalcoatl needs more time. Exit to the empty. Alright. Opens Eden's Gate. Descent. Having finally overcome Eden in a battle of wills, Rin is now in control of the enormous Sin Eater, which now drifts high above the empty. Your celebrations are short-lived, however, as Rin detects the presence of unknown enemies making their way towards Eden's core. While Thancred and Urianger rush to intercept a swarm of foes approaching from inside, you head to the upper reaches to face the threat from the above. I think, like genuinely though, the idea and concept of utilizing Eden, which is perfectly named, as being the original Sin Eater, it's like this divine intervention, for lack of a better term. It really is like one of those things where you're like, oh, this is perfect, and it just fits into place. It's like, oh, we can use that. That's great. And I love that about Final Fantasy, that all of the mainline games are their own separate things, but you're able to pull from all of them in certain ways. Final Fantasy XIV obviously is way more direct in that it goes, you're now playing Final Fantasy VIII. But there are obviously the other games that like pull the same monsters or like creatures or situations, and you go, whoa, it's like that game. But yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is like, hey, do you like this Final Fantasy game? Well, let's play it for a little while. Alright, we're gonna stand on a platform and fight an airborne enemy. We're right on that boss theme, baby. So now you can compare it. Antithesis Manifest Voidwalker. Oh man, this just feels like a Kingdom Hearts enemy. Whoa, it feels like Ansem when he's got him and he's got his guardian behind him. How do you go photo mode again, Mercury? What is, how do you do that? While we let the battle theme play. Jeepos. I'm trying to remember how to move. I'll free myself. Hang on a sec. I need to cycle. I need to remember the controls for. Focusing on them, I forgot how to get free camera. I'm trying to click on the boss. It won't work. Maybe I'm not close enough to the boss to actually click on it. Regardless, I can see it from here. I'll just zoom into the back of my head. Fucking crazy. I think you can get it to focus on the boss. I must just not be close enough. Servants of the accursed light, this world is not yours to claim. Jesus, okay, so Void Walker. Thank you everybody for your patience while I watch this and look at things in detail. is too late to beg forgiveness. Your fate is sealed. Some sort of time mechanic going on here. I agree. I love that it's like this unique enemy. A shadow blot out the light. The hands of Erebos manifest. Oh god. Oh, I just walked right off the edge. I was looking at the arrows, not the actual platform. I went, hey, see you later. Yeah, I definitely agree with the passion of the chat, and also just like the feeling it gives you anyway, whether being connected to Final Fantasy or not. It's just that crazy. Over there. Hey, there's an edge there, guys. Of Doom on me. There's definitely a lot of mechanics going on in Final Fantasy XIV fights for sure. Like, everything's going smoothly right now, but there's a lot to keep your eye on and to pay attention to, and it is very team-based. Like, if someone does mess up, there is potential to lose and wipe and have to start again. Big visual game. Like, you gotta pay attention to what's moving on screen, and there's some good icons that direct you to what you need to do. But they're so fun. And then they have even harder versions. They have the extreme trials and hard trials, hard raids and stuff. That usually even change up the mechanics and change up the sequence of the fight as well, which is amazing. Alright, so I've got my... How many pieces of special headgear is there? Is there just the one? So I only really need... There's just like one unique helmet. So if I've already got 2 of these to trade, then that's all I need. I don't really need the others. Is that correct? Does anyone else need these? For each class type. Okay. Well, I may as well put them towards my Dark Knight and Dragoon set then. This was a really cool design. It reminds me of the Keyblade Warriors. Yeah, that is true. Later raid tiers do give the better stuff, don't they? Yeah. Well, my main class for pretty much all of the game was Dragoon, but I've been Dark Knight for a very long time now too. And I think I'm a higher level in Dark Knight, so I guess that's like my main class now. But those 2... Oh, they stack in your inventory. Nice, yeah. Omega, thank goodness you're unharmed. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch and quite unlike anything I've ever seen in the first. No. I won't let you. Damn the light. Damn you all. Who are you? What do you want? Ugh. Why am I here? What is happening? She's alive, but there's something strange about her ether. Oh. She didn't seem too pleased with Rin taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. 'Tis plain she is not a Sin Eater, not even in part as Vorthri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible, and has great fashion sense. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm at the very least. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to camp. Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. Yeah, like, what's really fun is, and what I appreciate about the group that I get to play with when we do these streams is, I'm allowed to fail, of course. Like, we go in and I just use existing knowledge of previous mechanics, and, you know, there are certain things that are second nature now, but it's really fun getting into new fights and being like, what are they going to surprise me with? And something that I really like that Shadowbringers changed was there's a lot more that is less telegraphed. Like, a lot of early fights are like, we're going to do this, and you've got 10 seconds until this happens. And in Shadowbringers, what's fun is there's a lot more, like, you have to actually watch what the enemy is doing and prepare yourself for that, because the telegraphed attack might only last for a smaller amount of time. I like that there's that element that keeps you a little more on your toes. I like all of the new things that they've added as well, so it does make it still exciting. Yeah, I think all of the boss fights are an amazing spectacle, but also really mechanically fun to play through as well. I have yet to discover the means by which the exterior was breached, though it would appear that the fiends that Thancred and I slew were of similar nature to those led by thine own adversary, Voidsent, in other words. Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power, I've never seen anything like it. What thou witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which Voidsent may enter. But pray tell, Reen, didn't thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl or her servants, and I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emmett Selk. Though I think it unlikely that she is an Ascian, she may yet be thrall to Zodiac. Maybe we'll be able to find out more once she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all. I've made an exciting discovery. Mayhap Eden hath imparted unto Reen some manner of ancient knowledge. Perhaps. I wonder if there's dialogue with Thancred back at camp if we head back there, though. Let's return to the camp. I guess our Void Walker is in the tent. The girl is in the tent, fast asleep, or possibly in a coma. One or the other. Either way, we have little choice but to wait for her to wake up. I really liked her design. Such a cool suit of armor. Nor any drop to drink. Rin's newly formed bond with Eden's core has led to a surprising discovery. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now, of course. This is only the beginning. I do apologize, guys. I woke up at 6 a.m. to get ready for the stream. So I get like the early morning, and then the yawns come in, and then I cross that hurdle and we're fine. It's just the process of continuing to wake up. So forgive the yawns. It's currently 10. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead, but pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works, and therefore the true nature of the flood of light? Yes, it affected the balance of all the ether in the empty, shifting it so far towards the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether. The power to tip the scales. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. Trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. If I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Rin, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony, without which life cannot prosper. So what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. It would be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. Very nice. Yeah, no, it's more the case that my brain is like, please give me oxygen. Because I do a lot of talking, and when you do a lot of talking, you're expelling all of that CO2 and not inhaling as much. So when you're tired and also talking a lot, your brain goes, give me air, you fool. So that's also another biology reason. Just remember to breathe and feed your brain air. I'm curious to know what connection that girl has to Eden. If only she told us a bit more before she collapsed. Still sleeping soundly, I'm afraid. If I had known she'd take so long to come around, I'd have brought a good book or two to pass the time. Yes, it is true. Sometimes you yawn because your brain is like, give air, please. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Urianger, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the ether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only able to effect change over one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. This is them being like, look guys, this is not going to monumentally change the world because it's optional side content. Instead, our energies would be better spent revitalizing each element in order that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time. I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. What's to prevent that element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is, how? Omega, indulge me a moment if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? I see primals, icons, summons. Oh, Moogles. Moogles? What the heck? Surely not. Oh yeah, good. I was like, Moogles! Not the Moogles. Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word, for even to speak the name Primal is to invite misfortune. See, I was on to it. Though invited we must. As the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Louis Soir once did on the fields of Carteneau. Woo! As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into a deiform entity which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion. So defeat it, in other words, but is that even possible? I break my fast on primals. Speaking of breaking my fast, I should probably eat something. I have had breakfast, but I'm hungry again. Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more than approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities, Omega. As do I, though it might help to have some idea of what you'll be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norvrant was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm. Water, yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go. And I shall prepare for the summoning. Thancred, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event that she becometh agitated, thou mayest have need to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. So we are going to the deep sea after all. Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another one of Urianger's madcap schemes. Though, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck. Yes, we did have someone tag out, sadly. Rin's acquitted herself well in this whole Eden business, but I think she needs to slow down a little. We're in no hurry after all. Okay. Back to the core. Just quickly gonna order some brunch, some early lunch. Give me one moment, but we will also continue. Look at that! How cool is that to see Eden in the sky? Wow. Mobius, I don't think we have other people waiting for a turn, to be honest. I think we do just have 8 people. So you are most welcome to just stay in the party if you'd like, please. That is just so cool. Alright, I will be right back. Alright, shall we continue? I've ordered some Macca's breakfast because I'm a disgusting individual. But I gotta have a chicken McMuffin. There's been many a McMuffin consumed while we stream Final Fantasy XIV over the years, I will say that. When I was in my deepest, darkest pit of COVID streaming, and we were in like 2021, and the lockdowns were ever present, and I was just at home all the time, and we were streaming early Final Fantasy XIV stuff. That was a terrible habit of mine. I'm like, alright, I'm getting up to get my McMuffin, and then we'd stream. Now it's more of a rarity. Leviathan is the ideal candidate to embody the element of water, of course. Be warned that the circumstances of said summoning differ greatly from that of the primal encountered in the source, and the results are difficult to predict. Who am I putting in the party? You, Grabe Chimkin Chaser. Hey Nicholas, welcome to the stream. Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all. Alright, this is the place. I'll see if I can draw out the water-aspected ether. Let's get that Leviathan happening. The rest is up to you, Omega. Memories of Leviathan come flooding back. Eden's Gate. Inundation. Yeah, Leviathan is not the... it's not the most fun primal. Goddamn fighting on the boat, but we'll do it. It would appear that the summoning was a success, though Leviathan have yet to reveal himself. When you're ready, I'll have Eden teleport you there. Yeah, there's a thing with water, I think. I'm pretty sure there's something with water in the fight. You're on a boat. You're having a good time. Dominance, icons, summons, primals. There's always different names for them. It's a recurring theme throughout a lot of Final Fantasies. They use similar elements. Like the icon of Ifrit in Final Fantasy 16 is a primal in Final Fantasy 14. It's a guardian force in Final Fantasy 8. It's a summon in Final Fantasy 7. There's different things. Okay, Eden's Gate, Inundation. Rin is now able to concentrate on the task of turning Eden's immense power to the task of balancing the ethereal alignment of the empty. Such a delicate task must be approached one element at a time, and Oriange suggests that the first should be water, essential to all life. However, for the ether to be restored, it must first be given shape through a process akin to summoning. As you call upon your memories of the dread Leviathan, the raging fury of the deluge begins to take form. Theme. Okay, this is a little different. We're not on a boat. Hang on, guys. We're on a platform instead. Heritor of the Wall, Leviathan, and it's got 2 heads. Oh! Okay. I fuck with it. Rise, ocean, swallow this forsaken land. Why did I remember Leviathan with 2 heads? It's like when you're in a dream and the details are fuzzy. You're like, wait, did it have 1 head or 2? Ah! 2 heads. Two targets in the OG fight actually would kind of make some sense, wouldn't it? We'll hang out over here. I love that the music is just Leviathan, Leviathan. Hanging out over here, so the guitar. Whenever Final Fantasy busts out the electric guitar, they're cooking. Surge tides, crush waves, let none be spared. Oh man, we're in it now. Yes. Course shall feed the vortex. Do we want to get on those or no? Nope. Don't get on those. Those are fucking typhoons. That's gonna pull you in. To... Oh my god. I feel like I got barely any time to react to that. I have to forgive the dog barking in the background. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I can't see. There's a giant beast in front of me. Hell yeah. No, Logan's not the barking type. It is our dear sweet Bambi. Guard dog forever. Most likely too shy to show her face. Duty complete! Yeah, that was sick. Twin-headed Leviathan fight with some fun mechanical changes. It wasn't just getting warped to the boat to do the boat fight. You know what I mean? So, I'm happy about that. And now we sit upon a platform. I'll quickly check what that was, though. He's like, there's no heater up here. Why do you want me? Speak? He's thinking about it. Speak? He can't stand up while speaking, he has to get down. He's shy. I'll have to do some bribery. Here's my dog treats that I used the Force for. Turn? Oh, there's another one. That was Bambi. And it was the postman at the door delivering the goods. Let me tell you, in terms of the goods, this is the goods. I don't know if Dex is still here. Is Dex still here? We have a Dex in chat. popped up earlier to say Thancred, my boy, and then that was it. I don't have the chicken muffin yet. I'm still waiting on that. I'm sadly still waiting on the old chicken muffin. We just had the postman instead, and he's delivered some mighty fine goodies. I would show it to Dex, but he's not here. Oh, there he is. There he is, mate. He's showing up. I'll have to take the sticker off because the sticker's right on there. It's my big sticker that belongs to me. It's one of those stickers that doesn't want to come off either. Oh my god. This sticker does not want to come off. There we go. Oh, no! So when part of the sticker doesn't want to peel off, we'll get a nice little reveal. A nice little hole. Sticker does not want to come off. It's in a nice little magnetic case though. You can tell it was shipped with care. Just the sticker would have probably been better on the back of the case than on the front of it. Oh, what a pretty looking card. The Safer Sephiroth card, I have seen a little image of it. I'm very keen for that to release because I've bought the boosters for it and everything. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, I got stickers on all these sadly. There's a bit more of a nostalgic one for you. Vintage. And then these as well. Ding dong. Cardboard. I got all of those for under market price. Can you believe it? So I did not get robbed, which is good. I got under market. Australian Pokemon streamer who's been in the game for a long time did a little stream, and I got some good deals. I was like, if they go for market or over market, I won't get them. But if I can get them for under, and I did. So I'll celebrate that. I'm doing a bit of a cardboard show and tell at the moment. And then in a different one, there was a buyer's giveaway. And I fucking won it, which is insane. So I also won my PSA 10 Reshiram and Charizard, baby. That's my first PSA 10 slab. And it can go next to my CGC 10 slab of Japanese Magikarp. We on that card game shit. Sorry to those that I will then inspire to dive into cardboard land. It's a dangerous, dangerous game. I'm trying to master set the 151 Scarlet and Violet set, and I only have like 10 more cards left to get. It's almost done. Dex completed his 151 master set. He's good. He can relax. I have yet to complete it. I still have a few more. Sadly. Let's do another show and tell. Ready? Let's look at these. These aren't in top loaders, but these are all together. Let's take a look at this for a sec. Watch this. It's the last little bit of the haul. MTG stands for Magic the Gathering. Now, I usually, when I'm buying vintage stuff, I'll usually go for Japanese because the English vintage is like 3 times more expensive, sometimes even more, and is more often in worse quality, I find, and also Japanese cards are just printed better as well, so it's just all around a better idea, and none of it's playable. Got kicked out. None of it's playable anyway, because you can't play with vintage. So I'm like, I may as well just collect Japanese. It feels fitting for Pokemon anyway. But yeah, that the Blaine's Arcanine is a nice little English pickup for sure. But let's take a look through this bundle. Let me turn off my green screen for a sec. Just in case there's any green cards in here. Ma. Couple of minty Typhlosions. That's the Kamiya artwork. Slowpoke. Slowbro, actually, sorry. Peak. That's the fucking evil Slowking Kamiya artwork. Peak. It's a shiny. I don't have a good camera to show off the holographic shine of these bad boys, but they do be bad boys. Whoa, what's this? Team Rocket's Squirtle. Team Rocket's Dark Charmeleon. What's that? Dark Wartortle? Evil Macago looking guy. Ooh, Houndoom. I love Houndoom. Ursaring, what's he doing? He's getting freaky. With the moon. What? What's this? Moltres. Oh! Oh! What's that? Articuno. What are you, the third bird, you say, Zapdos? These are original Japanese base set, fossil jungle whatevers. Oh! What's that? That's a holographic Dark Blastoise. And then I think this is a Evolution set. This is a Japanese Diamond and Pearl little Umbreon, Jolteon, Vaporeon, Flareon, Glaceon, Leafeon, Glaceon again, Espeon. Gorgeous looking Ninetales. And Feraligatr. Also, my sweet little Feraligatr. Oh, and then, wait, it's not over yet. I had 2 more at the end. Slaking. And Vileplume holographic. So there's some nice vintage in there. Very nice little pickups today. This especially just feels so nice. It's a full set of those. My favorite Pokemon, it's pretty hard. I think Houndoom is pretty close to being a favorite. But It's tough to choose favorites. But I just needed to look at all of those. I needed to look at all of those before we continued, because they all just arrived and I've been hotly anticipating those. So I hope you appreciated that little show and tell. They're going to look very nice in my binder, I'll tell you. Alright. And after we've finished the show and tell, my lunch has arrived, so we're also now going to just sit and eat together. So everybody get a sandwich, because it's lunchtime. Alright. We can present the chicken McMuffin. Probably not going to be super desirable, but it's, there it is. We eaten now. We've done the Pokemon show and tell, and now we are eating some McDonald's. Mmm. Oh, this is Rin seeing a primal for the first time. I didn't even think about that. That's amazing. That was incredible. Is that what a primal looks like? Oh, not quite the same then. But why is that? The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. The manifestation relied upon Omega's experiences of Leviathan and may have been influenced by recollections of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies. Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. Link pearl up on my cat ear. How goes it? Oh yeah, bloody hell, fought a two-headed Leviathan. If you finish slaying your primal, whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. There's something you ought to see. Moshi moshi. What could that be? Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith. Hell yeah, let's go back to camp. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to take us back to camp so we can listen to Blue Fields while we eat a bit. So thank you for your patience, everyone. Hope you understand the need for a break. I need to eat. That's the streaming life. I gotta take my food and toilet breaks in real time. Omega, look! What's Eden doing? Water has returned to the empty! Holy shit. That's actually amazing. By the 12's good grace, 'tis a marvel to behold. I never thought that a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. We're just getting started. I only hope the burden is not too much for you, Omega. Eat nothing that I can't handle. Amazing. Alright, it's nighttime now, but there's water. Alright, we'll sit here for a bit. I'm gonna just eat this. I'll be quick, and we can continue. Yeah, I've always been more of a Pokemon video gamer, and have been off that for quite some time. Pokemon's like always been in my life, but just like, I always orbit it. I come in and I come out again. Just things, so I'm like, oh, I'll just get back into that. And the unfortunate trading card game of Pokemon has been something that I've on and off collected. I have some cards still from like younger years, but I definitely don't have like a lot of my old cards I think disappeared. Same with like Yu-Gi-Oh and all of that. So there's some lingering. I'll have to unearth those at some point, but I have been getting into collecting some Japanese vintage stuff and some older cards from like when I was playing the video games, that sort of Generation 3 era of Pokemon. Yeah, it's been really nice, and just having some pretty looking cards in my binder all together has also been really nice. I've got a nice little retirement fund of cardboard. So interesting. Unfortunately, it's kind of like a bad time because Pokemon's in like a scalper hellscape at the moment. But if you're patient, you can get what you want. I'll probably be staring at this one for a long time. This is just a gorgeous looking card of Lugia. It's just amazing. It's like some fisherman in the middle of a storm just being like, what the fuck is that? It unfortunately has like really bad centering, so it would not be worth grading, but it is great for the binder at the very least. That's the unfortunate thing with the mentality surrounding grading your cards, is if it's vintage, it's fine if it doesn't get like a 10, but if it's a modern card, if it doesn't get graded a 10, people are like, throw it in the bin, mate. Not even worth it. Which is very interesting. The difference between a 9 and a 10 is very strange. Based on this Lugia's centering alone, it leans a little bit to one side. It would get an 8 at best, I would say. The sticker residue on this case is awful though, so I'll open this. It's one of those like magnetic cases. Keeps it safe in there. Well, I don't know if you'll be able to see it here, but you can see that the border on one side is like heavier. It's much more obvious on the back. You can see that like one side has this thick blue and this is much thinner. That's like the example that I could choose. But I got it for pretty cheap, so I cannot complain because it's a gorgeous card. I probably wouldn't get it graded anyway. Any plans to play Pokemon on the channel? Some. I've thought about it. because I haven't played, the last mainline Pokemon game that I played was Ultra Sun. And there's been a couple more Pokemon generations since then on the Switch that I haven't touched. And I haven't played any of the Legends games, like Legends, Arceus, or the upcoming ZA, which looks really exciting. Because when I was a teenager, I was waiting for Pokemon Z to come out after X and Y, and it never happened. And I was like, one day we'll get Pokemon Z. And we have it. Pokemon Z to A. Fucking 10 years later. So I was thinking if I was to do Pokemon, I'd want to start at the beginning. And then I would do like... I was thinking about doing a Nuzlocke for the games I'd already played. And just like having my team be transferred through all the generations with me. Like trading the Gen 3 through the DS. Doing like those methods. Because I've done that once before. Because I have a complete... Well, not complete anymore, but I had a complete living Pokedex. Like one of every Pokemon up to 721 in my PC. But now there's over 1,000 Pokemon. So, there's a lot. I haven't even seen any of the new ones either, so... Outside of some cards that I've looked at, I really don't know what's going on. So it'll be really fun to play those games. But I'm not sure what I'll do, if I'll just like do Legends, or if I'll go through all the generations. I don't know if there's an audience for it. That's another thing, you know. Diving into Pokemon all of a sudden on the channel would be interesting. I've only played one Mystery Dungeon game, and that was Red Rescue Team, which did get the Switch remaster. Very, very nostalgic for me. I think Mystery Dungeon is so nice. I hear a lot of good things about the other Mystery Dungeon games on the DS, and I've never played those, so I think those would be really fun as well. I hear a lot of good things about, what is it, like Sky and Time, and then there's another one or something. But I've never even touched them, so... I'm looking forward to that a lot, because Red Rescue Team is a very, very special game for me. Such an emotionally heartfelt story. Yeah, I love that. I love, like, people that still have their Pokemon from their childhood that have gone through the generations and been transferred. I still have a lot of mine, which is very nice. Luckily. I was thinking of doing a video as well, which was different to the content I usually do. But I was thinking of doing a Pokemon video about sort of like my introduction with the series and kind of my experience with it, but also sort of like a goal that I've had in mind for a really long time is completing the Generation 3 National Pokedex of all 386. And as an Australian, that's really hard because back in the day there were like the events, you would get like your event legendaries. Where it's like, oh yeah, if you went to Toys R Us on a Monday in 2004 in America, you could get Pokemon. And they didn't have those in Australia. So there are ways to do it, and there are ways to get those legendaries, and I have got that method already. But I was thinking of doing a video of like showing me achieving my childhood goal of like getting 386. Of just like catching those final few, because you can get the Mystic Ticket to go to the island to catch Ho-Ho and Lugia, or like going away to Faraway Island, or getting Mew, getting Deoxys, that kind of stuff. So it could be fun to like record that, like the final few Pokemon that I need to complete 386. I think that would be huge. A part of my inner child would feel very complete there. Because there's multiple ways to do it. There's like Pokemon Coliseum as well on the GameCube, which I have, and I haven't played that. So I was like, I want to do a playthrough of Pokemon Coliseum and transfer those Pokemon across with the GBA link cable to my Game Boy games. Try and do everything as like legit as possible. And then finish up with a few legendaries. I recently got the batteries in the cartridges replaced as well. So it doesn't say the battery is run dry anymore. I actually have the day and night cycle back. So that allowed me to get an Umbreon finally, because it was stuck in the daytime, so I could only get Espeon. Fun Pokemon facts. Yeah, Generation 3 was my Pokemon generation. Like, that was the biggest one for me. My friends in school had Gen 1 mostly, and some Gen 2. But I never had a handheld until the Game Boy Advance SP. I got Ruby and Sapphire together. And I made one of the smartest decisions I ever made as a kid. There wasn't many, but there was some. One of the smartest decisions I made was I traded my Ruby because I realized my mum didn't, and I didn't at the time, but I realized that they were like obviously the same game, just the different versions, you know, you have like exclusive Pokemon on some of them. But I traded my Ruby for Pokemon Leaf Green in school, and that was the smartest thing I ever did. Because I got to have a Gen 3 game and the Gen 1 remake together, and I still have that copy of Leaf Green to this day. Play it on this little guy. Play it on this little guy. Which can connect to HDMI. So I'd actually be able to record my genuine Pokemon cartridges for gameplay. So there's definitely thoughts that I've been having for some type of Pokemon series. Like I might start off with completing the Pokedex, and then doing some sort of Nuzlocke run. I'd really like to get my 3DS with a capture card, so I can actually record the DS games naturally as well. Sadly, that's pretty hard to do, again, in Australia, and also kind of the community for it is dead now. But it may still be possible. I'll have to look into it. But I'm looking forward to that as well. So I got plans. Yes, that is the Analog Pocket. I was lucky enough to pre-order that back in the day, and I waited very, very patiently for it. It's gorgeous. I just love the fact that there's like a backlit sort of Game Boy Color style thing where you can play the original like hardware. So good. My top 3 Pokemon games is Emerald for like the nostalgia factor. Emerald is just like the Pokemon game for me. Objectively, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, because not only are they like the best remakes, but they're just the best Pokemon games. It's insane what they did in those games, and then for some reason didn't continue in future ones. They set up a lot of stuff in there, like having your Pokemon follow you. Why did they not continue that? Because what the fuck is up with that? I was really late to Gen 4 as well, because I couldn't afford a DS. My sister went in the direction of like the DS. I was like playing Xbox. So I didn't get a DS. I actually got a 3DS much later, and then I went back through the Pokemon games around like the mid 2010s. So around like 2014, 2015, I think. And I was playing through Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon White before going through to XY and Sun and Moon. So Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and then I would also say Pokemon Platinum as well. Like I would put like those three as Emerald, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Platinum. That just feels like the peak of Pokemon. But I will also say, like, as a runner-up to that Generation 5, like Pokemon White was so refreshing. Like that was amazing. Like what they did with that, like a completely brand new generation. The music was incredible. I've never played the sequels, actually. I will say that. I've never played Pokemon Black 2 or White 2, so that would also be a blind playthrough on the channel eventually. I hear good things about the follow-up to that. It's also interesting because it's like the first mainline Pokemon games to have like a numbered sequel. But that's something that I'll check out for sure. As well as the Legends games, and then, you know, I don't hear the best things about Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, but I haven't played them, so maybe eventually, but yeah. I don't have anything on Pokemon Home or on the Switch for the mainline Pokemon games. I'm very far behind on that regard. Yeah, I have Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby as well. And I will say that, like, while I said my top three is like Emerald, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Platinum, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are fucking amazing. Like, they're playing that remake as a Gen 3 kid was very, very special. How they handled that, and I was really looking forward to them continuing the sort of remakes with the Mega Evolution plotline, but then they just decided no, and then they focused on all these other gimmicks instead of what if Pokemon were big and stuff like that, and I didn't really like any of that stuff, sadly. I've seen some of that, like I haven't played it, but I've seen that Pokemon go big, and I'm like, yeah, Megas were so cool, and then they apparently butchered the Gen 4 remakes, and there's no Mega Evolutions for that. But Mega Evolutions are coming back for Legends ZA at the very least, which is super exciting because I'm looking forward to seeing some new Mega Pokemon. Alright. Thank you so much for my Pokemon and Lunch Yap session, everybody. Thank you for listening. We're going to continue with the game now. I appreciate your patience. You know, when I first heard Urianger's plan, I didn't know what to expect, but then that enormous crystal appeared and water came gushing forth, and, well, such a profound transformation, though the change appeareth to be limited to an area no more than a few malms in diameter. Something. Super seismic. Rin and Urianger are considering the next step in the plan to reclaim the empty. I think this proves that the water-aspected ether is no longer lying dormant, so which element should we realign next, Urianger? I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall soon become capable of supporting the growth of flora. Imagine that. Forests in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how that girl is doing. Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal, not at all like your usual void scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Rin, perhaps a little older. Dude, are they gonna throw, like, anti-Rin at us? Like, it's like Void Rin? Minfilia, but darkness. We had the Dark Knight, now get ready for Dark Mistress. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here, wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. Must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck. If all goes well, he won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results. Something I'm looking forward to in regards to Scarlet and Violet is it did get confirmed that it's getting a Nintendo Switch 2 performance boost, so I'll get to enjoy that one of these days in 5 years' time. What would anti-Rin look like? Rin with black hair. Gotta keep it simple. Yeah, good Pokemon talk. I'm glad that there are people that are into Pokemon in the community, because that's like uncharted territory on the channel, really. I was thinking, because I do have a couple of like booster boxes on pre-order of the upcoming set. I was like, I don't know if people would watch me open the cards, but it could be fun. We'll see. It could be a fun little idea. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see how we go. I'm really happy with this collection of vintage pickups, though. I'll tell you that much. It looks so good. Once more into the empty, dear friend. Thou art prepared, I presume? Now, before we embark on our journey, there is one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going? I would suggest a certain region that lieth east of Norvrant, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. Everybody ready to fight Titan again? And for the Earth-aspected primal we wish to invoke, what could be a more fitting choice than Titan? I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like? Oh, you know, cool music and everything. The landslides. The landslides. Seems like you had a rather traumatic experience. But if our last battle is anything to go by, this one will be different from the Titan that Omega remembers, yes? Aye, it would be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee naught, I fear. Something that I am really happy about is the fact that they're doing like older fights, but it's not doing it as just you fight Titan again. I'll bring up Destiny as an example of Destiny would be the type of thing to make you go through an old area and fight an old boss. Barely changing anything. Maybe if you're lucky, they've changed something, but for the most part, they're like, remember this guy, you can fight him again. Sort of thing. This game is like, go fight Leviathan and Titan again and maybe some others, but it's a different boss fight, you know? Similar design and concept, but it's a whole new thing that they've created. They just haven't taken the old thing and placed it in the new thing. So this is good. Once you're ready, we'll be on our way. Yeah, like I said, I only had the existence of Eden itself being spoiled ahead of time. So even the Quetzalcoatl boss fight that we had separate was a huge surprise. The Ruby Doomsday and following quests has been a really fun, nice surprise. The actual details of this Eden raid series has been such a nice surprise as well. We've finally arrived. Ready, Omega? Alright, let's imagine it. What's gonna happen? Memories of Titan come tumbling back. So punny. Eden's Gate. Sepulture. Now accessible. So close. It's almost the Sepultura. Remember, the primal will almost assuredly be vastly different from that which didst lay low on the source. The terrain around here seems a bit rough, but Eden can give you something more level to stand on. Having successfully realigned the element of water following your triumph over Leviathan, the next candidate for restoration is Earth, in the hope that the empty will soon become able to support life. As before, you draw upon your experience of primals fought in the source to shape the ether, this time recalling your fateful encounter with the Lord of Crags, Titan! So, in regards to this, are we expecting a similar length of raids? Because you guys said that I should only do a certain amount of them before we progress on the main story. So you guys will let me know, right? Because I've been getting carried away and just been like, let's keep going. So there's always 12. So how much should we be doing today? Just these 4? Or 8 of them? Four for each tier. So we're doing yeah, so this is the last of this tier. Are we doing 2 tiers? 8 is where you should cut off and do 5.3. Alright, no worries. Yeah, we'll keep doing that then. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, we'll do up to tier 8, and then next stream will be patch 5.3. New Titan theme just dropped. Oh, that's hard. Yo, okay. The Titan theme is always so good. They always take the opportunity to have Titan be just this crazy thing. Like, Final Fantasy 16 Titan theme is just crazy. It took a lot of people out of the experience, Final Fantasy 16's Titan music, but as someone who had done the Titan fight in 14 before that, I saw exactly what Soken was thinking. So peak. Let's fight this thing. From the heart of the mountain I rise. This design is so cool, though. Dex is watching with his eyes closed, guys. Don't tell him to look. Oh god, no. What am I doing? Oh no. No! Okay. Hanging out near a rock. I just love when I'm like, everyone's doing this. Nice. Whoa. Tempered in the flows of the mountain's core, my rage is eternal. He has fucking engine hands. He put him on his hands. Oh, dude. No, but that's so fucking cool. We pictured Titan being so much cooler. That's what we did. We went, what if Titan had goddamn interchangeable limbs? We just lost all 4 of the DPSs at once, which is fucking hilarious. I don't know where I need to be. I am unbreakable, unstoppable. Oh my god, he's got a fucking car. They gave Titan a little car! Dude, new favorite fight of the game. Your fleeting, meaningless existence ends here. Bow down, overdweller. The lyrics. Clive would eat this Titan for breakfast, though, you know it. The Titan that he took on was, like, so much more than this. Clive would unfortunately eat this guy up. Pitiful! I'm in my little car! You think to stand a chance against me? Alright, well I guess I'll just stay alive with 2 other people. Whoa, he was almost off. It's a little burnout. Let's go. So he's got 30% health left, so we're basically screwed, but let's have fun with it, shall we? Never give up. Sepultura can still get people alive. It's not over yet. Assist! I'm almost dead. Heal her down. We saved it. Well done, team. Well done on that resurrection. I didn't die. Let's go. And no one on our team even died, not once. Hell yeah, Eden's Gate complete. Oh my god. Dude. Actually insane. He got a little car. He got a little car. And he drove it. Dude, how have I never seen this in the game? That's actually huge. I don't think I've even seen the Eden minion in my entire journey through the game. Oh. Hell yes. Give me my Eden mount though. Yeah, but I mean, not with you guys, but it's just even in just walking around in general, because you see a lot of shit, but well done everybody not for not accidentally using it. Being like, Eden. Very, very nice. We need to go check out the vendor for the equipment for sure. I need to get my equipment repaired as well. You're going right into my favorites. I can't summon in this instance, can I? Sorry, Cloud, you're gonna have to go away. Vendor is in Yulmore? Nice. Alright, we'll go after this. Well fought, Omega. Well fought indeed. That thou wert able to triumph over this avatar of primordial rage is testament to thy puissance. Puissance. Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too? Yes, if I put one foot wrong, I would have fallen to my doom. Gotta be honest about it. So all it would have taken is a momentary lapse of concentration. I don't like the sound of that. But more importantly, you've defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. Can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time. Nice. So it's just that one crystal that is changing, becoming its own little aetherite. Did we really do all of this? Aye. It would appear that balance has returned to the element of earth, and yet... the transformation hath affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange indeed. Did we do something wrong? Though this falleth short of the outcome I had envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty hath undergone comparable alterations. And the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of... Oh. Rin. Man, it's so cool to look at that. You can still see all the details from the original design on there as well. Can I fly in this area? I can't summon a mount. No, they know. They know that I'm going to want to fly right to it. No! Oh. Perhaps asserting her will over Eden hath taken its toll. Are you alright? Alright, so this is the next piece of the puzzle. So this is our second tier of the raid. In regards to 5.3, it's a pretty huge patch. Yeah, the midpoint always seems to be the banger, doesn't it? With a huge amount of stuff. We shall see in that regard. We'll see. Because I'm thinking the longest stream that we've actually had, it still hasn't been beaten yet, was Stormblood. The Stormblood, like, proper finale, like 5.5. That was an 8-hour stream. That was a big boy. That was awesome. So, I don't know. Is it longer than Stormblood's conclusion? Like, if I can do it in 5 to 6 hours, that's kind of where we normally are, you know? That's another thing to consider as well, is obviously if I can run later, but we do have time zone differences and there are people that need to go to sleep, and there's also, you know, we need to have a full party to do certain things. Yeah. 4.4 and 4.5 in one stream. Am I crazy, or wasn't it 4.5 and 4.55? There was like a part 1 and a part 2 to that, I think. We just simply had to. It was Stormblood. We were experiencing peak. Couldn't stop. Do we have 8 people to continue the next tier of the raid for the next 4? Is Mobius, you still keen to hop on in? We'll probably leave after the next one. As in the next raid, or the whole next tier of raids? Will we be able to do all these next 4 in this stream? So we'll try and get to 8. Alright, let's start it. I appreciate you all gaming with me, I tell you. I tell you, I do appreciate it so much. And you don't have to. Also, that's another thing. Like, it's not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. If we don't get to 8 in this stream, that's okay. We'll pick it up next stream. Alright? It means what we might do is we might continue next parts of the raid and like that Ruby Doomsday questline together. Who knows? That's okay. But like, you're not forced to continue. I'm asking if you're able, and if you're not able, that's totally fine. Because we'll pick it back up on the weekend. Because I'll be streaming again the same time we did last week. My Saturday morning, most people's Friday evening. That'll be the next stream. Let's see how we go. It's nothing. That didn't look like nothing to me. You better lie down for a while. No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we've still got work to do. Nay, thank her have the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. Rin, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself. Though the elements of water and earth have been restored, continued exposure to the empty, stagnant ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here. I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first 2 elements have produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyze our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. and indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. John Rick, thanks so much for joining the stream today and hanging out with us. Even if there's not much of a Final Fantasy connection for you, I'm glad you can have fun and appreciate it too. All the best. You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure, but to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer not to keep secrets from people I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask. Go and be sneaky, please. I'm so good at it. Remember when we thought Urianger was evil guy for a little bit there? He really had us going, the jokester. It seems to me that Rin isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our Sleeping Beauty would likely fare better in a more hospitable surrounding. We need to have our associates from the Crystarium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Omega could go on ahead and have a word with them in Mordsuk, we'll catch up with you once Urianger is finished, whatever it is he needs to do. Perhaps thou too shouldst accompany her on her return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No, not this time. She's come such a long ways since we first met, and I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the First forever. The time will come for Rin and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Urianger. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. Rin is possessed of a natural affinity for aethology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like, though come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Says the master of keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, Omega, you better take the Sky Slipper with Rin. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. Rest time. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Amarang. Right on. So, let's go head to these vendors, I reckon. As there's little risk of our camp being ransacked, it may be left unattended in our absence. We'll have to decide whether it's worth posting Crystarium guards to watch over Eden while we're gone. Okay. God, this theme was such a good choice. It's so special, dude. It seemed like you were all having quite a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. Well, if you say so, probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though. So, do you want to take the first shift piloting, or shall I? Nice. Okay, so we're here for now. I'll leave Rin just for a second. So where are we going for the vendors? Because it was mentioned earlier. The second city? The vendor is in Yulmore. Yulmore. Hello there, got some bloody armor pieces I want to trade in. Okay. Now, who am I looking at? Are you guys already there? I think you guys are already there. Don't have to go far when I am guided right there. The Eden Relic Exchange. Yo! Alright, thank you. So Eden's Gate. Oh, and then the Apocrypha is like the hard version, I assume. Okay, so our fending gear, which is aesthetic only because it's not really good for stats, but Alright. I'll just get myself my fending gear, I reckon. Yeah, savages is what I meant to say, yeah. I guess I can also get my maiming one for my dragoon while we're here as well. Four pieces of that, please. Make sure I buy the right one. Alright, trousers of fending. My greaves of fending. My greaves of maiming. And then I can hand over these as well. Get a few of these in. These are really kind of pointless, but I guess it's better to just to use this equipment. I don't know if I'll bother with all of these because the item level is much lower and they're not really aesthetically there. And it kind of helps when you have a full set, doesn't it? You're like, I've got the complete set of this. There's a completionist element to my brain there. Let me just get the fending ones. May as well trade them in. Alright. After the stream, I'll do my slight little inventory management, and I'll probably go and put that stuff in my dresser as well. Yeah. I'll need to do the normal ones another time to get my dragoon set of those two. So I'll do that at some point. Yeah, I like collecting them all. I know there's a setting to have stuff automatically put in the chest. I did actually turn it off to specifically have stuff go to the inventory because at the time I had a full which button is it? It's one of these. I had a full armory chest. So I was more like having it go into the inventory and then discarding it if I didn't need it. But I've just been neglecting it anyway because I haven't been playing. So that was, yeah, we were grinding duty roulette, so there was just like a lot of stuff. So I was just discarding so much shit. That was, yeah, literally it. But I do need to clear it out. I didn't have to stand still for that. Oh, actually, hang on. I can do my new little mount. My minion, sorry. Alright. Sorry, Estinian. You've been replaced. Oh my god. Dude, let me tell you though, oh my god, that's so cool. Let me tell you the really fun part about this is like the original model because it's got the pointy head. Not the original model, but look at the PS1 feeling to it. It literally looks like the PS1 model imported into the game. Like that sort of low poly stuff going on over there, and then the pointy head instead of the giant woman head from this one. That is so cool. Keep remembering I have to say pet instead of pat. Phew, I'm glad I had you here to keep me company. I have no idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. This might not be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry. I didn't repair. I didn't repair. I forgot. When I first spoke to Thancred and Urianger about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we've found Eden, I know I made the right choice. If I'd given in to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world is not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. Do you remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden. We need all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her, find out who she is and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try it again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, then it will be all my fault. It's no good. I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Omega? That's great, because she was like, well, she reminded me of Emmett Selk. Even Emmett Selk had his reasons. We should at least hear her out. That feels correct to me. I see what you mean. Perhaps if we'd been able to come to an understanding, things wouldn't have ended the way they did. I hope that she's nothing like Emmett Selk, but we won't know until we speak to her. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see to Urianger's errands. The people we've been on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using, and since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax. Try right click on our on people then. Oh, there's a vendor here, right, as well? And there's also a mender. I can get my stuff fixed up right here. Oh, Zinzin, wasn't it? Right, this person? Zinzin? Or was it someone else? God, what's their name? Zalzal? One of them? One of these guys. I guess it would have a name underneath them. Is it one of the Mordsuk merchants? There you go. Ghoul Ghoul. That was the one. So it's just this exact same, just at a different spot. Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, whatever you want to call it. That's Ghoul Ghoul, who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Apparently, he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere. Ah, Rin! What a relief it is to see you returned unharmed from your expedition. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. We've gone a bit longer than we expected. Omega, I'd like you to meet Luri. Luri. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As representative of the Settlement Council, I am here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market, though. I'll take it from here, Omega. You should get some rest. Before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle. Nice. I see. Yes, I see. I see. Though it is mere supposition, not superstition, supposition. Don't get it twisted. It would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Rin and Omega until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. When's she going to emerge, and then we see what her face looks like? The Oracle of Darkness. Pray it is not true. Are we literally dealing with anti-Minfilia? Void Minfilia? Oh my... It's Rin with black hair! Oh my god. Well, like, fucking... If you don't want to be predictable, do something different. So, like... Thancred goes... Oh yeah, she looks like she was about your age, mate. She looks similar to you. Okay, cool. and it's void. So it's going to be void Minfilia. And there it is. Correct. True, actually. God damn it. It's literally just Dark Rin. Alright, let's find out. The Alfort has arrived in Mordsuk bearing pertinent information. Yes. Ah, there you are. I'm part of the team helping with highly classified and very, very secret thing. The fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. Galfort, and Omega too. We heard news from Thancred, is it true? Why yes, it most certainly is. Oh, cool. Apparently her name is Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore, although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden. Gaia is a good name. She's lost her memory. Parts of it, at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth or if it's merely a ruse. She has yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Thancred's with her now, is he? Yes, he's taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. To Yulmore! Good grief, are you always this slow? Oh. What's going on here? At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And are you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you've got a purpose, would you? Damn. So this is our Voidwalker, huh? Not necessarily Dark Rin in that case, so there you go. But it is just... she got the black hair. Look at that fashion. Okay, we have Mega Goth Girl in Final Fantasy XIV. She almost doesn't even look like she fits the art style of the game for a second there. It was just like heavy makeup. I'm not used to seeing. Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying around your own luggage for a change? Those boots are fucking fantastic. Like, those are so good, right? Those are amazing heels. Thancred, you're back. You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Oriange. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore. Okay, so she started off being some sort of like... She started off being designed... Okay, I'm getting confused. She started off being like Dark Warrior in full like suit of armor. And was like, what's going on? And then she wakes up and she's like, actually, I'm a high-class citizen from Yulmore. Here's my luggage, and I'm wearing, I'm wearing thigh-high stockings. Yes, Alexis, this is not the first time we've heard the Blue Fields music from Final Fantasy VIII, actually. It started playing when we were in the previous area, because we're in kind of a little bit of a Final Fantasy VIII themed raid at the moment. So that's just the tip of the iceberg, I'll tell ya. I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. So, did you learn anything useful? If only Ben Starr was watching right now, you know? Anybody got any connections to Ben Starr in this chat? Surely, right? There's so many people watching with big Ben Starr connections. Just get him to notice me. Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hells, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulmore is patchy at best. She seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us, and so she invited herself to join our merry band. And for her first act, she ordered me to carry around her luggage. If you insist on standing around talking, might as well just finding a place to sit down first. My feet are killing me. This is an interesting dynamic. Then perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. Still, it's not such a bad idea, shall we? Interesting. I'm not sure what to make of it. It feels very, very strange. So we have, bossy mean goth girl trope coming in to a character here called Gaia, of all things, which is like Mother Earth. So, very interesting. Now we sit in these giant chairs at a giant table. Well, I've given you my early impression of Gaia, but I would be more interested in hearing your opinion. Go and talk to her and see what you make of her. Amnesia. 'Tis troubling, though not entirely unexpected. I've got so many questions I want to ask, but I probably shouldn't bombard her with questions. Alright, let's see. So, you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us? Not falling unconscious? Such selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicion within those of a cautious mind. Yet if she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further... Not now, Rianjay. She's only just woken up. I don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Though I would ask you, Omega, not to let your guard down just yet. So you're the one I'm supposed to have fought? Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. Maybe I just have one of those faces. Or perhaps you just didn't make much of an impression, but to be honest, I do feel that since meeting you, those hazy memories are becoming slightly clearer. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. I guess you could say that. It's what the fairy tells me. The fairy. Oh. I can't see it, but it's as though there's someone else inside me, and I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it. Not that I know much about that sort of thing. And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric betwixt realities, that thou mayest call forth the aether-starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th? I could absolutely have expected this response. I was like, she is not going to take well to that sentence. What the hell? You just spat a novel at her. What? Was that supposed to mean something? Or are you just spouting random words at me? Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with this. I've only just met him as an insufferable prattle. It's already giving me a headache. We got the brand new character going, how the fuck do you listen to this guy? Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. And to think that I was flying about in a suit of armor waving a sword, that doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me. Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored, though it is too early to say with certainty. Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. Ooh, the opposite of Rin. It is a bit like that mentality of, like, junctioning a Guardian Force, right? Like if this Gaia has junctioned Eden, and then the amnesia element, Final Fantasy VIII, has come in. She can't even remember. But I don't think it would be... It's like the opposite of Final Fantasy VIII stuff, because she doesn't remember the recent things, but she remembers, like, I'm a citizen of Yulmore, you know, stuff that's not really recent knowledge. So it's a bit different to the GF amnesia, because that's more like they start to lose earlier memories. The Oracle of Darkness, what does this mean? It means that you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emmett Selk. Those who have been used as a living host by an Ascian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself even when she heard the voice within, much like you and Minfilia. And though Rin was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. So, do we have a... Is there a Zodiac connection with Gaia here? Maybe. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which hath come to reside within her. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. I've always been steeped in darkness and blackness. Or at least, I think they did. It's been so long since I last saw them, I can't remember too well. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Yulmore? Well, that's right, though imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yulmore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when... Exposition! Well, there was this whole thing called Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers from the critically acclaimed MMORPG series of Final Fantasy. And after playing the demo through Heaven's Ward and Stormblood up to level 70, purchasing the full game allows you to access the Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80. Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Vorthree fled. Everything after that is still a blur, though. Okay, so she was there. From what Gaia's told me, she wasn't a part of the mob that attacked us, but how was she able to resist Vorthree's control? Mayhap 'twas the intervention of this fairy, of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. I'm intentionally not trying to piece it together, because there's obviously, like, clues, but I'm just gonna go along for the ride here. Let the reveals happen as they take place. I don't really have any theories as of now, but this is exciting. This is just a guess, but I'd say that fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason made me go after it. Yes, that seems like the only explanation. don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. What? But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden. Knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat. So I'm going, and that's that. Gaia, wait! Insufferable, utterly insufferable. And yet we can't well leave her on her own. Come on. So Gaia is designed by Nomura, isn't she? Like almost unmistakable Nomura style. She got them Nomura eyes, and also the double belt buckle gives it away. There's not multiple belts, but there's multiple belt buckles. You know how fucking annoying that belt would be to put on? Which way my belt go? Both ways, because I got 2 belt buckles. She can't have gone far, especially not in those heels. Yeah, that's why I was like, she almost doesn't fit in with the art style, because I was just like, looks like a different sort of design framework. Which would make sense, like, thematically anyway, for her character being pulled in from some sort of void. Get away from me! I came from the Final Fantasy Versus 13 world that Nomura won't let go. Gaia! It seems I've no choice. She's gonna go Mega Armor activate. Oh! Or Death Ball. What was that? Interesting. It was that, like, time ticking move mechanic from one of the earlier fights. Yeah, the spell in waiting. So what is she, like a human manifestation of Eden? So like Eden was asleep, right? And then Eden woke up and then she appeared. So like after Eden was defeated by Minfilia and went to bed, was she born out of that? Which is clearly very linked to Eden, even in ability here. So, we'll see. But what am I? I got this weird magic, these weird spells, and a fairy in my head. I'm not entirely sure what I just witnessed, but I'm glad she's unharmed. Powers befitting the Oracle of Darkness. When you fought Gaia, she opened void gates, yes? Back in the Source, portals such as those were all too common, but tearing open the veil between the 1st and the 13th is a different matter entirely. We should be thankful that she's not in a mind to turn that power against us for now. A most fascinating application of aetherial manipulation. The destructive blast did manifest a significant span of time after the initial casting. With sufficient mastery of such a technique, a second spell could be made to smite the target at precisely the same moment. While it would demand exceptional aetherial control, its tactical potential cannot be denied. What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So this is the power of the fairy you spoke of? Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly-looking blades, and armor appearing out of nowhere. But worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. So, in summary, you don't have control over the magic? Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through Amarang, and while I understand you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are, but if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. Rin, think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden? There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again, so the safest option for her is to stay away until our work is done. Some way we can keep an eye on her. You must realize it's for our own good. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origins, and less still of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we're no better than Vorthri and Ranjit. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. Now it's my turn, to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing that danger lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you? Well, can't say fairer than that. How about you, Oriange? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright. Mine apologies, my dear. We felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice to say, thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, Rin, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger that Oriange spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you. That means a lot to me. Thank you. I could care less about who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the Southern Watchtower, yes? Come along then, don't fall behind. So friendly. What a great party member. How the hell does that double belt buckle work? Is she wearing one belt one way and then a second belt over the top of it going the other way? That's the only thing I could think of. Ah, flying gorilla time. If only Revan was here. Look, my gamers have been so patient. Thank you. Of course I'm worried about what may happen when Gaia gets close to Eden. We'll keep a close eye on her and make sure she's alright. Though our circumstance hath changed, our mission most assuredly hath not. Restoring life to the empty remaineth our primary objective. Why couldn't you leave this craft in Mordsuk instead of all the way out here? Actually, don't bother explaining. Whatever the reason is, I'm sure something frightfully uninteresting. Let's be about it, shall we? It might be a bit of a tight squeeze with the five of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Oriange can sit on top of our luggage. That's true. We're like, we got any We'll just not show how we all fit in there together. Whoa. Big woman in the sky. I had hoped that during our absence the rebalancing of ambient ether might work further change. Alas, 'twas not to be. Everything seems fine here as far as I can tell. As for Gaia, she hasn't started attacking anything yet, so I'll take that as a good sign. As usual, we should keep our sojourn here as brief as possible. Let's tend to business quickly. So, there it is. Away with the fairy. I can see it. There is very subtle resemblance with elements of Balam Garden, specifically like when it comes to like the ring around it. There's design similarities for sure. Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. The bringer of the flood, the first sin eater. Would it lead me to my past or my future? This is a brand new text box. What awaited on the path ahead I couldn't say, but I had no choice but to take the first step. Damn, okay. Internal monologue text box. Blood and thunder. Gaia is lost in thought as she gazes towards the silent giant on the horizon. Now, if we're summoning another primal and it's gonna be Ramu, I'll be disappointed because if we're talking thunder, let's summon Quetzalcoatl, please. Surely. Oh, it absolutely has, like, an Evangelion angel vibe to it as well, for sure. But there's so many things about it. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky, because Thancred freed me from Yulmore, and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too. Said your piece, have you? One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the Great Oracle of Light sees such things, but for someone like me who's only known life in Yulmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future, only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time. It won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? It's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Thancred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. That was when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely someone there must know who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had been turned into sin eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of the Oracle of Light, please call me Rin. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one the people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore or whatever it was, why don't you hurry it up and get it over with? You need to learn some manners! And you need to stop wasting my time! Nomura just made a bossy goth girl character, and she's gonna be so important, it's silly. Alright everyone, I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. Not enough belts to be Lulu, but yes, I get that same sort of attitude. The Tidus and Lulu type of interaction. My memories, I think they're slowly coming back to me. My mother and father would constantly blather on about how the flood of light could return to end the world when we least expect it, and that we should live each day as though it were our last. They would often say, "I wish this moment would last forever." It was until they were selected for ascension by Lord Vorthry and were never to be seen again. Since I had no other relatives, or even any close friends to speak of, I was left alone. A past like that hardly seems worth remembering, does it? Rin's little chat with Gaia reminded me that for all our obvious differences, there are things we have in common. I too grew up not knowing who my parents were. The day Louis Soir gave me the surname Waters was one I'll never forget. Thancred Waters. Years later, it was under a more desperate circumstances that I gave a certain young girl the name Minfilia. Little did I know that when it would end up crossing time and space, taking on a meaning I could never have foreseen, it came to be passed on to one girl after another, binding them to a fate not their own. In a sense, it may be said that I chose not only one, but two names for Rin, but by whatever name she is called, she is truly her own person now. And as central to our lives as names are, I believe that it isn't the name itself, but the bonds it symbolizes that matters most. Thancred, getting deep with it. I've done some reading about the lands swallowed up by the flood, but it's no easy task to find locations with a dominant element. I'm glad we have Urianger to point us in the right direction. Oh, it's music time. Alright. Yeah, when we were jumping into Tier 2 of the raid, I forgot that there'd be quite a big introduction to set it all up before we got into all the battles, so it took a little bit longer than expected, but we're getting to it now. Following the initial changes wrought by the release of Water and Earth, the Empty hath displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity, a passivity stemming from Light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies in activity. Therefore, I propose lightning! No, not Ramu! Oh, but what if it mixes our memory with Ramu and Quetzalcoatl and it, like, blends them together? It's not over yet, everyone. I'm going to keep hoping. So the primal would be Ramu, yes? From what I've heard, he's a guardian of the forest and not particularly keen on conflict, but you've actually fought him, haven't you? I love that there's the dialogue to describe them, but then there's also the dialogue that describes having trouble with the actual raid in universe. Like, it's so fun. Like, I was falling to my death in Titan. I spent most of the time chasing after orbs. Both these options are so good. He's half man, half beard, with another half beard for good measure. Ah yes, Thinker had mentioned that he more closely resembles a person than a beast, unlike most other primals, and apparently he tends not to move about as much. I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off. Well, it's like you say, if we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try, but the rest is up to Omega. Rin's just going to be picturing a beard with a face. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So, rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get this blasted thing moving first? In regards to, is Gaia huge or is she small? It is both. Urianger is very tall, and Rin is short. So, their size differences is there. One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Rin, might I suggest the Gandalf Thunder Plains as our next location. These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds, the only source of illumination, the ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning. And that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden, we've got a job to do. Okay. This should be about as good a spot as any. Alright, Omega. Whenever you're ready. Dude, I was thinking that when I saw the quest icon, because the quest image looks like the lightning towers. I just, like, didn't verbalize it. That's crazy. Yeah, wow. Yeah, the mission image brought back some traumatic memories that I didn't want to mention. It would just be too much to speak about dodging lightning bolts. I can't. Memories of Ramuh flash through your mind like lightning. Alright, but what does he look like now in our weird memory distortion? Eden's verse, fulmination. Yeah, you never have to limit yourself to just one Final Fantasy when you can explore all of the peak Final Fantasy things. Even if Rin has done a good job of memorizing my description of Ramuh, it will likely make little difference to how he manifests. After all, it's your memories that shape the summoning, not hers. I don't think I've ever been anywhere like this before, and I'm not sure I'd want to come back. Too dreary for my liking. Would be nice if our next destination is a little clearer. Cheerier, but I suppose I can't exactly choose if I want answers. The area is saturated with lightning-aspected ether. This I am able to confirm. In addition to the primal, be thou wary of stray bolts that may occur as a result of our activity. Do I have to dodge lightning at good opportunities as well? I'm going to dodge 200 in the fight. All the lightning that's fallen here over the years has left the ground covered in craters, but don't worry, Eden will give you something more even to stand on. If we're going to the Thunder Plains, dodging lightning will absolutely be a mechanic. Yeah, look at it. The lightning towers that you would hide under. God damn. Although Gaia, the girl who had previously launched an attack on Eden, has finally awoken, her amnesia prevents you from learning much of her origins. For the time being, the best course of action appears to be continuing with efforts to restore balance to the ambient ether of the empty. The next element is lightning, which once ravaged the Gandalf Plains in the time before the Flood of Light. Your memories of Ramuh give corporeal form to the crackling ethereal energies drawn forth. Alright everybody, here we go. Let's see what this Ramuh looks like. They've even got the little, like, Albed merchant!
No turning back.
Stall!
Get ready!
Oh my god, look! The little fucking store. Dude, they made him like a centaur, so he's got Ixion vibes. Oh my god!
Oh, this is Ramu.
They blended him with Ixion instead. I love video games. Dude, he's fucking amazing. They put his beard on his tail. It's so hard to focus on doing this fight when you're just like overwhelmed with the hype of the fact that the boss looks like the coolest thing ever. No way. No, but dude, he also looks like a Guado in the face. He's got like that kind of Guado vibe in the face while being Ixion. Oh, the lightning rods. I got Judgment jolted for all those 9s. Yo, Gaia knew I was gonna die. He knew I was gonna die. From the storm of my judgment, thou shalt not escape. Oh my lord. The rolling of thunder foretells thy doom, mortal. With all my might I smite thee. This is Ramu, this is not Odin, no. It's a mixture of Ramu, but with elements of Ixion from Final Fantasy X, because we're in the Thunder Plains right now. I can see the Al Bhed shop in the background. Oh my god, dude! The charge! He's got Ixion attacks. It's so fucking amazing when you've actually played the Final Fantasy game that they're referencing, because you catch all the little things. It's wild, like, there is like a big part of me that I'm like, oh man, oh god, I'm dead. It's while there is a big part of me that is like a little bit upset that I haven't played the classic Final Fantasy games 1 to 6 yet, because this game has also referenced those and done a whole lot of things about it. So I'm like not getting the full experience. Obviously it's still like fun as hell, like undeniable, but there's clearly little details and bits and pieces of love in there for those that have played them. Dodging lightning. I'm glad I'm able to get like a lot of the pieces that I've been given from Final Fantasy VII and later. But yeah, even having not played the classics, I could feel the significance of that, you know? So what we're going to do after we've played the original games is we're going to redo the Omega Raid for sure and look at all the little details that we can get from it. That's specifically why we haven't gone and done the Alliance raids yet that delve into tactics, because I haven't played the tactics game yet. So I'm going to play Final Fantasy Tactics first. And then we'll do those raids to appreciate that as well. This music is really good too. It feels like 3 different genres. Oh, I'm gonna get killed again. Judgment points. He can't stop getting struck by lightning. It just shows how lucky I am. Can't get struck by lightning that many times unless you're really lucky, guys. Oh man, okay. Over here. Hiya. XIV looks so good in those little shots. Nice finisher, dude. Oh my god. I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. So cool. Alright. Yeah, honestly, better than if they did Quetzalcoatl, because we got Ramu mixed with XIV, and that's nuts. Such a cool location. You can see Waka playing Blitzball? What the fuck do you mean? No, you can't. Are you joking? You're making that up. No worries, Alexis. Thank you so much for joining in on the stream today. Oh, nice. Alright. I'm gonna get new stuff. I mean, technically, he's there. He's just behind a rock somewhere. He's just behind a rock. But this is what I wanna get an example for you. God, I wish Revan was here to see this. I want to get an example on the guy that I was thinking about from Final Fantasy X. I just need to remember the damn character's name. It looks like... Alright, this guy. Let me try... Who is this guy? Trommel. So, it doesn't look exactly like this guy. So I'm not saying... He looks exactly like this guy. But, in the face, he had, like, these same features. In terms of, like, the really strong face with the hair back and the beard. Where his face kind of looks like this. This is the Guado from Final Fantasy X. where it kind of looks like that. Is what I'm talking about. Because the Guado, they looked like humans, but off slightly. They had a different thing going on about them. But huge. And then seeing the phantoms being Ixion is just so cool. Because Ixion's already been put in the game as like a mount already. So this was just really cool to see like fused in with a boss fight. Guys, I think I just got some items. What about you? So they what do they call it? Super Ramu. I need like a proper render of him. There he is. As good of a image that I can get. But yeah, he's got a bit of that Guado face going on. He's got the Evangelion spear. Very cool though. Very cool. You're like, yeah, let's throw a bit of Final Fantasy X in there. Why not? So that thing was created based on your memories? Maybe there's a way we can use Eden to summon the fairy like that. Ooh, cool. I had my eye on Gaia the entire time you were fighting Ramu, and besides the sort of reaction you might expect from someone watching you take on a half-man, half-flying horse Thunder God, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The fact that Eden itself also showed no signs of being affected by her presence can only be a good thing, but I'd understand if Gaia herself were more than a little disappointed, which is no closer to the answers she seeks. Once again, 'twas a most superlative display of thy puissance. Now, I could not fail but notice that body did belong to Ixion, fabled equine embodiment of lightning. Hast thou perchance encountered the beast? He pointed it out. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramu to turn out quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The sylph's belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to camp and see if anything's changed. Yeah, Judgment Jolt. That kind of wiped me out. A few times there. I kept forgetting to activate my rebirth skill. Alright. It's now purple. Like Sid from Final Fantasy XVI. Yeah, looking back on the chat, Lyra had the right ideas. Like, are you thinking of Seymour's attendant guy? Exactly. The crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. It may look the same eye, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control elements and so on, can't you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope that whatever's next is more worthwhile. I hope it does rain, and we're all gonna use our umbrellas except for you. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought change to the firmament above. And yet 'tis clear that a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. Oh, but baby, it's the sun. It's fire. It's fire. It's time for Ifrit. So we need movement. Would wind do the trick? Never mind. Wind, yeah. I thought that thunder and wind was all in the same package. Quetzalcoatl time? Nah, it'll be, what is it? What's her name? What is her name? Why am I forgetting? And I shouldn't forget because it's in Final Fantasy 16 as well. And it's in Final Fantasy 14. And it's right on the tip of my tongue. Why can't I fucking remember the name? What is the name of Wind Lady? Bird Wind Lady Primal. It's like, Garuda is true. There you go, Garuda. Garuda's the one. There you go. God damn it. Really jonesing for that Quetzalcoatl. Give him to me. You've put him in the game. Now give him back. Yes, Garuda. That's the one. That's the Final Fantasy summon I've had like one of the least exposure to. I've only been exposed to Garuda in 14 and 16. So not at the forefront of the mind. Most certainly. Wind. Seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element. Instead, focus on seeing them all restored. Quetzalcoatl does stuff with the wind, guys, by the way. The power of an oracle. Not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life, you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Deaf even to the crashing of thunder? Or were you simply biding your time? Typhon. Yeah, no shit. Typhon. Typhon's a really uncommon one that you'll see even in Final Fantasy VII. Like, you can get Typhon, but it's hard to get him. So you'll barely experience him. And then Typhon in Final Fantasy 16 was fucking crazy. I think Typhon is an older one, though, as well. More of a classic Final Fantasy. One plan fails to achieve to the desired effect, so you move on to the next with minimal brooding and prattling. It seems we're finally learning. I'm not sure what I was expecting to see after restoring the lightning element, but I did feel a little disheartened. Still, as Thancred and Urianger say, there are changes taking place, even if they're not immediately obvious. As much as I bemoan Urianger's long-winded explanations, we'd be lost without him to take care of all the ethereal science and whatnot. Obviously, I'm quite sparing with my praise, as I wouldn't want it to go to his head. Into the firestorm. Okay. Damn, we're gonna do wind and fire together? Do you remember? We're gonna do earth, wind, and fire, guys. Urianger's knitted brow almost certainly spells trouble, namely for you. Yeah, mix Ifrit and Garuda together. See what you get. You'll get the Ifrit with wings from Final Fantasy 16. Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? Oh my god. It's an elegant conspiracy, that's what it is, I'll tell you. Rain's not even real, it's filled with micro machines, and they get in your bloodstream and they tell you what to do. It would certainly not be beyond the elegance to manipulate the weather, if such is thy suggestion, but it is of naturally occurring phenomena that I would speak. With the restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation, water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land's surface. As invisible vapor, it is borne by the wind high unto the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. Weather! It seem we need wind-aspected ether to create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough. And we're gonna need heat. And even before that, we need fire-aspected ether to make the water evaporate. See, I was right. When I said fire, and then they said wind, I said, screw you, fire. So we're doing both. It seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you draw out both elements together? We're actually doing Ifrit Garuda together. Let's summon Clive and Benedicta and make them kiss. That'll do the trick. You're suggesting that Omega fight two deiform entities, each one as deadly as Ramu at the same time? Do you realize how absurd that is? And yet, 'tis a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Oh, you can't be serious. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental wheel I did show you in the Bookman shelves. Flashback to the book. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. We haven't done ice yet. Where's my Shiva? The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Omega hath faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek. Are they saving Shiva till last, or only the best for last? Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all, huh? Thancred? I wouldn't dream of questioning Oriange's grasp of the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this would place not only on Omega, but Rin as well. What do you both make of the plan? If Oriange thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. You know me, hand in fist, you know what that means. I'm ready to go. As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for. You're going to need all your strength, so see to it that you get plenty of rest. Gaia. Like, I don't care about it. I have selected a location in which wind and fire aspected ether lie dormant, though I shall wait until Rin hath completed her preparations ere I dispense with the particulars. I'd rather Rin keep her mind on her work here than worry about Gaia. Mind you, it might be better for them to clear the air before we go any further. I can't stand all of this waiting around. Having grown up in Yulmore, I'm used to only living for the moment. We never had any reason to concern ourselves with later, tomorrow, the future, and so on. Those things simply didn't matter. But after Lord Vorthry disappeared and the night returned, everyone in Yulmore started thinking differently. I was only there for a short time with Thancred, and I couldn't believe how much it had changed. It was almost as though under Lord Vorthry's rule, time had stopped moving altogether. When it ended, life went back to how it was supposed to have been. They realized they had their whole lives ahead of them, to make plans, to look forward to a new day. It feels like I'm the only one who can't move on, as if I'm still stuck in the past. What's worse, I can barely remember any of it. Even so, I can't stand the way they act as if the past never happened, choosing to forget it all. Very intriguing. She's so impatient and like now, and can't adjust to thinking about plans in motion in the future. It seems Rin is reluctant to air her concerns. Were you to rally her spirit, she might be more willing to talk. It's always funny when they're like, do a little action. Do a little whap, bap, bap. Boof, boof, dum, dum, dum. I've only played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on the Game Boy Advance, but I have not played the PlayStation 1 or PlayStation Portable versions of Tactics, or Tactics War of the Lions, and I've never played Advance 2. I don't own that one either. My plan is to play Final Fantasy Tactics on PS1. There is a fan-made patch for the PlayStation 1 version of the game that gives, like, War of the Lions-esque quality of life features, apparently. Like, retains the like good translation and stuff, and like it's as the game should be, but with quality of life features. I think I haven't looked into it too much because I haven't, you know, I'm trying to go in as blind as possible. But there's some sort of like prime way to play it, which is still the PS1 original without like the bad PSP changes, but with some of the good stuff, I think. And then after that, we're going to do the tactics-themed alliance raids in this game. I would love to replay Tactics Advance so much because it is such a childhood nostalgic favorite of mine. I fucking adore that game, and the story is so emotional and rich and just really resonated with me as a kid playing a game where there's just like other kids in. It's so good. It's so good. And then Advance 2, I have no idea. But I have this. I have my Tactics Advance. The fate of Ivalice is in your hands. Get it? Because it's a portable copy of the game. So that's really nice. I got that in a little protective case. And then, like, I bought this probably like a decade or so ago, and I have just never touched it. It's not even once gone into my PSP. Just sits on the shelf. Same with Dissidia. I have the two PSP Dissidia games. Never played them. So I'll play them at some point too. Doesn't he kind of need to play the game first? It's kind of a sequel. Yeah, that's why we haven't played the... we're not doing the Alliance raid for this game yet until I've done Tactics on the PS1 at the very least. At the very least. So we'll see how we go. Just because it's like, while it may like address or, you know, discuss some things from that game, so I'll just go completely blind, of course. I have no idea about the Shadowbringers one. I'm not sure what it is. So if it's something I can do, then yeah, we'll do it. But I don't know about the Shadowbringers one. I think it's just the Stormblood one. I don't even know if they're connected or what. But yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. Get rallied. It's about Gaia, you see. The truth is that, apart from Alice and Alphino, I hardly know anyone my own age. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but, well, you've seen how she is around me. So I guess Rin and Gaia are like the same age. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her until we've finished restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it? Gaia does seem older, but I don't know if that just comes with, like, the aesthetic. She is also taller. Let me talk to Gaia while you concentrate on the task at hand. Is what I would have said once upon a time. It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, but to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Oh yeah, the stilettos do make her a bit taller, don't they? I forgot. Those fucking boots. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. Just let her know she's not alone. She'll come around eventually. It's a crossover series. Well, if it's a crossover and it's Square Enix, I think if Kingdom Hearts had a crossover, I would know by now. Even if I had never played it, I would just simply have absorbed that by osmosis, because it would destroy the internet. Just like when Sora joined Smash. It could be... like the Mana series. It could be the Nier series. It could be the... What did they do? It was Parasite Eve. Let's go real back to the 90s. Parasite Eve. Xenogears. Anything that has Square Enix's name on it, probably. And I haven't played any of those series. So... if it's a crossover with any of those, we may be in trouble, but we'll see. Could be Mario RPG. Actually, please. Because then we can have, let's recreate the best Smash Brothers trailer of all time, where Sephiroth stabs Mario, and it's like the fake-out impalement, and it's just going through his overalls. It's one of the greatest shots in video game history, is the Sephiroth Advent Children shot, but with Mario. It's just so fucking good. Oh my god. Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice? Urianger can talk the hind legs off a behemoth. Why not ask him? Yeah, one of my favorite trailers of all time is that Sephiroth reveal trailer in Smash Bros. Is just insane. The reactions to it, even better almost. But yeah, just the fact that it recreated bits and pieces of Advent Children just for that reveal trailer is so much fun. Though I am proficient in many tongues, such as Fey, I cannot claim to be as well versed in the parlance of the younger generation. Their predilections and inclinations are a mystery I have yet to unravel. They keep saying, skibbity toilet riz, and I don't understand what that means. Something about being in Ohio? Not a place I am familiar with. These kids, and the nay-nays that they be throwing around. I don't understand why. What are we whipping and when? And who's nay? These kids! I don't know much about it either, but I believe I have a plan. Before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see. So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation make her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium's citizenry. Yes, and now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key. Speaking from experience, by any chance? Whatever you mean. Lessons learned from the days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. God, you couldn't help yourself, could you? It's alright, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me. May I remind you that you're the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the First, which includes you and Gaia. While that might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, then that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. But go on, she's waiting for you. Yeah, Thancred needs to stop chasing after fair ladies, because every time there's a nice Final Fantasy girl that pops up, they're always into Thancred. Get away! My Heavensward pirate woman, whoever she is. Alright, wish me luck. Rin is ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. You had best observe the conversation from within earshot. Eavesdrop time. Thancred may have taken on the role of Rin's surrogate father, but I have of late become something of a mentor to her, though largely in instilling what knowledge I can of the ethereal sciences. A more attentive student thou shalt seldom find. It's when Red and I faced our problems together that it truly feels like we're family, or at least what I imagine it would be like. I suppose we both grew up without our birth parents to guide us, but I think we turned out rather well given the circumstances. I wonder if this is the kind of bond that Falamin shared with Minfilia. True. Let me talk to them first. She looks like she's got a lot on her mind. Maybe now's not such a good time? Instead of bothering me when I'm obviously not in the mood to talk, why don't you get back to work? Watch Me Whip Nene is 10 years old. That is very true. And Shadowbringers is 6 years old. Why don't you think about that? What do you want? Oh, nothing really. You can wait till later. I love that we're doing our little Final Fantasy squats. we're zacking it up in the back here. For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you got something to say, hurry up and spit it out. Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything? Is that what you came here to talk about? Actually, I wanted to ask you... Would you like to go have coffee biscuits with me? What? Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving in the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought maybe once we finished our work here, you and I could go together. Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits. Yes, they're light and crispy when you dip them in coffee and they go nice and squidgy. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment. That's not going to happen. Not if I've got anything to do with it. Listen, Gaia, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come, then another and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance. You'll see. Shut up. You think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Till I find the truth, I'll never be free. Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. That includes you, Gaia. Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten about how we, your Morans, treated you, the precious Oracle of Light, like a bird in a cage. And yet, you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had the chance to lead a normal life, but instead you're flying around in a giant sin eater trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise, and for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end, but if you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken. Take your coffee biscuits and shove them! Gaia! So mean. Surmise that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. Oh, you surmise that, do you? So Donatello in a Final Fantasy XIV stream? What is it, my birthday? Damn. Keaton, welcome to the stream. General vibes is, we really like it. We like it a lot. We are liking it a lot over here, I'll tell you that. They've done a lot of cool stuff. How's everyone doing in my party? How's our stamina? Everyone's eyelids kind of like heavy. Everyone is still awake. Do we want to do one more? Because we're at 5 hours, 46 minutes. I understand if this is too much. So maybe we'll make this the last one. And then we will continue with the rest in the next stream and continue the we'll do the sapphire weapon fight and do that stuff as well, so we can continue after. Mobius and I get to have the advantage of it being in a similar time zone, so we're in the middle of the day now, but I know for a lot of other people, it's not so easy. Not you as well. Look, I've had enough small talk to last me a lifetime, so don't even bother. Believe you have a job to do, yes? Be quick about it. Rin's looking a bit down in the doldrums, but you let me worry about that. We can't allow anything to interfere with whatever goes on in your mind when summoning those primals. I think we've both rested long enough. Let's get started, shall we? Let's get started, shall we? I hope it all goes according to plan. Yeah, we'll make this the last one, guys, and then we'll continue in the next one. And I'm very excited to continue, but I want to make sure that I'm not diving into all of your bedtimes, because it already means a lot that you're here just playing with me or watching along. So thank you everyone for being here and watching. Let's wrap up with Into the Firestorm. To defeat the deiform manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every last mote of thy strength. That thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. Where are we going this time, Oriange? A place called Ashfall doth satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fables speak of travellers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall, slicing winds did tear at their cloaks. No, we're going to the Gerudo Desert! The Ganondorf Wind Waker speech. He coveted that wind, I suppose. Literally, though. I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements. Rin, my dear, may I remind thee that to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about. That as well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength. Beamer Toy, I am indeed live. Been live for almost 6 hours. We've been back to streaming Final Fantasy XIV. In a few days' time, we'll be back with another one. And yeah, finishing Endwalker, definitely a priority. And then the next priority is not your wife, but your content creator finishing Endwalker. And we'll get there one day soon. It's time. I'll begin drawing out wind and fire in equal measure. It's funny when he talks about like the desert with like the blazing heat and then the chilling winds, and I'm just like, yep. That Ganondorf speech was mighty powerful. Omega, we only get one chance at this, so let's make it count. Alright, I'm picturing a fire and I'm picturing a wind. Yeah, there we go. Memories of Garuda and Ifrit rage through your mind. Are they going to be one entity, or are they going to be two separate entities? And what will they look like? Let's find out. I'm actually so hyped for this. Alright, a location called Ashfall. Fura, now accessible. 2 primals. 1 primal in each hand. I wonder what sort of hellish beasts you've conjured up this time. How long has it been since our encounter with Ifrit and his armage of followers? My studies indicate that no equivalent of Garuda's servants, the Ixal, are present here on the first. My hypothesis is the reason why I can perhaps wait another time. If we summon 2 primals at once, maybe they'll fight each other. That way you'll only need to beat the one left standing, but I suppose it defeats the purpose of it if you don't take them both down at the same time. It does seem like we're thinking about summoning 2, but it does feel like we're going to summon 1 together, because you'll be thinking of both of them, so they'll just merge together. According to Urianger, the elements of fire and wind must be restored simultaneously to successfully complete the cycle of rainfall and evaporation. Unfortunately for you, this equates to facing the combined might of a pair of raging primals. Images of the ferocious Ifrit and the maniacal Garuda are made flesh, and you steel yourself for battle. Here we go, everyone. First try. So this is the third fight, isn't it, out of 4 for the tier 2, so we'll finish tier 2 next time. It worked!
Both wind and fire have answered the call.
Dialogue.
Reed, are you alright?
Ooh, Gaia's voice. Heritors of Fury, Garuda and Ifrit, they are 2 separate ones. This is 2 out of 4. Okay, we're halfway through, okay. That's a good ending point. We got dialogue for some reason. Where's the Ifrit gone? Okay, so... Hell yeah. Such lowly creatures, I shall not suffer them to live. And I shall not suffer thee to fail, Garuda. It'll probably just like... They'll take turns or something, right? Clive and Benedicta. It's all the quick switch to fire. It's a really cool design. I like that it goes into the more humanoid form of Ifrit that we have seen before, instead of the like monstrous beast that Final Fantasy 8, 10, and 16 do the most. This is more like a Final Fantasy 7 style of Ifrit. Oh god, I took my hands off the control to itch my beard. Oh, okay. He kicks the... That's fun. Final Fantasy 8 is more monster. Final Fantasy 8, 10, and 16 have a very similar vibe to them. They're more of like the beastly Ifrit. These mortals are not so easily bested. Oh, yes! Hell yeah, dude. Oh, and I'm dead. Alright, well, I mean, you've got abilities going all over the place. focus on Garuda first. Impossible, from where doth this strength spring? Join me, Afreet. By raging wind and engulfing flame, we are born anew. They are gonna combine fucking Digimon Yo! Hell yes. Raktapaxa. He who soareth on wings of crimson. We literally just witnessed Digimon, DNA Digivolve, or Elemental Hero Fusion, whichever one you want. Elemental Hero Flame Wingman. It's everything you've ever wanted. Chilling out with my friends in the schoolyard. Finding trouble. Something, not too hard. Moonlight Greatsword! Frame rate. I can't remember the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX theme song off by heart. Tough times, hard times, we'll take him on together. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Generation X. All I know is my frame rate is dying more than I am. Someone do a limit break right now. We have to win. Nice. First try, gamers. Let's go. Yeah. Back at class, they never taught us this. Sometimes you gotta learn hit and miss. Tough times, hard times, we'll take them on together. We defeated Elemental Hero Flame Wingman. Let's go. Get your game on. Very sick. Primal Angel. Orchestran Road. I do love hearing the victory theme that many times. Okay. That's right. Nailed it. Very cool presentation. We got both entities separately, and then they did combine, so that was awesome. We heard Gaia's voice for the first time, with some voice acting at the start. For a moment, I thought Rin had lost control of the ether. Luckily, we managed to avoid any disasters, from what I can tell. Combining the contrasting powers of different primals, that just seems an awful lot like the Ultima weapon. In any case, I'm pleased to see that you were as successful here as you were at the Praetorium. Yo, something else that mentions the Ultima weapon after we were just doing that storyline in something completely different. That two such ferocious beings should meld into a single entity is frightful indeed. Further research must needs be performed to fully comprehend this unexpected phenomenon. It was incredible. Never imagined that they would fuse together like that, but we took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing is, now that we're two elements closer to restoring the ether of the empty, let's go and see what difference it's made. Yeah, maybe, what do we got? There'll be rain, and also fire. And then I guess the last element is indeed ice. Whoa, it's raining. Thank you so much, everyone that has joined the party and helped me in these battles throughout this stream. Very much appreciated. And to those of you that have been watching along as well and engaged in the chat, I appreciate you. Let's round out this little quest here first. It actually worked, just like Urianger said it would. Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manifold. I wonder what will happen when we restore ice. Shiva, Shiva. Is something the matter? One more element, and then what? You'll have achieved the impossible while I'll still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So, almighty Eden, can you mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories? Give me my life back, damn you. I still hunger. Ah! Extinguish the accursed light. Awaken our true power. Enough riddles, tell me who I am. You are. I am. Gaia. Gaia. Gaia, what's wrong? Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny. Don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? Get away from me! Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. Damn. And there we go. And we're dropped. Ugh, just get it over with, would you? Poor Gaia. If the fairy lives inside her, why would it let her suffer like this? I wish there was something we could do to help. Pray be on thy guard, my friend. Gaia may yet relinquish control to the voice within. There you go. Well, everybody, that is where we're going to leave it, at that ending point of confirming, reaffirming her name being Gaia for now. But all of the elements, that does kind of go with this kind of circle of life and the nature and the elements and Gaia being Mother Earth. So I'm very curious to see how her role is going to be explained after this. But thank you so very much for joining me today, everybody. Much, much appreciated for an incredible start to the Eden Raid series. So next time we will continue and we'll do the next half of Tier 2 of the raid. We'll then do a bit more, maybe go battle Sapphire Weapon, check out that storyline a little bit. Considering patch 5.3 has been stated to be considered quite large, and we're already doing some other stuff on the stream, we'll probably split 5.3 into a couple of streams. So what I could see happening is on the weekend, we'll finish up Tier 2 of the raid, jump into patch 5.3, get to some sort of a halfway point, and then in the next stream after that, finish 5.3, and then finish the raid series. Maybe. We will see what happens. We'll see how big 5.3 is, but that could be a potential plan. I'm going to organize my inventory and clean up all of that stuff, but for you guys, that's all I have for you. I'll see you in a few days' time. I'll schedule the next stream, so it's going to be starting same time, but on my Saturday morning, so in 3 days' time, all right? But yes, much appreciated as always. Had so much fun. I wish I could keep going. I do want to keep going, but obviously time zones are a thing, so I'll be anxiously awaiting continuing this amazing quest line next time. I will see you then.